Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate your time. Tonight, we are talking about the case of Nancy Guthrie that has been breaking the last two. We're going into the second week. Lots of new information coming out, and with some documents that we're going to show here. There is so much coming out. Is there going to be an arrest after 5 p.m. today? They say that there's a lot going behind the scenes right now. We got a lot to talk about on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul, through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Get the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with Daphne and I. Today is February 9th, 2025. It is currently 2:49 p.m. in the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. And she dropped. She'll be back. She'll be back. Good to see everyone. She had to reboot. Okay. Daphne will be right with us here in just a moment. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. There's a lot going on behind the scenes right now in Arizona. Not a lot that we can physically see, but there is a lot going on behind the scenes. Got some new documents out. Also, about today, 5 p.m. today is the deadline. And I am told that hopefully more is coming. And even the big media right now is saying that they believe there's a lot. They're being a lot more, I guess, loose with um, their words a little bit more. And we're going to talk about Tommaso today. Um, some very interesting things on him. Daphne and I, we've been digging also on this guy with the cryptocurrency. There's something I swear that's weird about it. And we're going to talk about that as well. Miss Daphne, are you there? She'll be here. She'll be here. Oh, she just texted me. Okay, just 1 second, she said. All right, so lots coming out here. I want to show you this document. Um, you see those pecs? Oh my God, that's not. I look like Honey Boo Boo. Blech. Oh my God. Guys, before we get started, if you don't mind, whether you're here or in Daphne's chat or bouncing around, please do me a big favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the live out would mean so much as well. All right, let's get to this document before we get to anything else because I think it's very, very important. Actually, you know what? We're going to get to let's get to this video real quick because Daphne is having a little trouble, and I know she wants to really go over this uh, document here. But Fox and Friends just put out something very, very interesting an hour ago, and we're going. Let's get to that. So listen to how they're using their words now. Credit's going to go to our friends at Fox, of course. And let me give them the credit. Mods, if you don't mind dropping Fox News link in chat, greatly appreciate that.
Ago, TMZ was reporting that the Bitcoin account allegedly set up to accept the funds, the money, in exchange for Nancy Guthrie remains empty at this hour.
Okay.
An apparent ransom deadline of 5 p.m. Arizona time is.
Okay. No money, no moolah in this account, right? Well, if this account had money in it, if it was transferred to anybody, they wouldn't be able to freaking use it anyways. You couldn't use it the way that they have it set up.
Fast approaching. So yeah, now we're 4.5 hours away. You and I were talking off camera, and I know you can't share every detail, but when it comes to even an IP address to figure out the ransom note and maybe what's coming next in this whole thing after that 5 p.m. deadline, you can get to that. You can't tell us every detail, but what can you share?
Right. So there's different elements that we're looking at right now. You're looking at the ransom emails, right? That's in and of itself its own topic.
Let's start there.
The masked IP addresses. People think, I'm going to send an email. It's going to be masked. No one's ever going to track me down. False. The FBI has the ability to unmask IP addresses. I know because I've done it and I've seen it happen in large cases that have gone to court and been federally upheld. And so it is absolutely possible. But what it requires is digging through certain layers of information. That does take time, but it is possible.
Do you think 9 days are enough time?
That's a good question. Like I said, there's a lot going on behind the scenes
Yeah,
that we're not
9
aware of.
days.
And so
9 days. We have not, nobody's known where Nancy is, right? You tell me what perpetrator is going to hold on to an 84-year-old without their medication for 9 days. They are not seemingly communicating with anybody the last couple days, and they didn't even leave a, think about this, they didn't leave a letter for the family or the police. Ain't happening. Yeah, ain't happening. Not at all. Nobody in their right, what is going on here? Nobody in their right mind is going to do that, right? The first thing, they want money if it's a true perpetrator, right? If it's a true someone who's wanting ransom, the first thing that they're going to do, listen, in the 43 minutes, 41 or 43 minutes that this person was there, is going to write a ransom letter. One of the first things they're going to do. Too much time has passed. Yeah, I agree, Isabel. Hello, Miss Daphne.
Hello, Justin. How are you and everyone else? Good to see everybody.
Good to see you. Good to see you. What do you think about this 9 days?
I think it's 9 days too long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I said last night, I feel that something is coming. I do.
I think it's coming today.
I thought it was coming 2 nights ago, but I guess they needed a couple more things.
Yeah. So think about this. The 5 p.m. is the deadline, guys. 5 p.m. local time. That's the deadline. I think they're waiting for that deadline. That way they can say, okay, we waited, nothing happened. We've been doing our investigation. Now we're going to where the rubber hits the road, as we say in the South. Right? Let's get on with it. And I do believe Stickler says, I don't feel as though any answer is coming today. Maybe not. Maybe not. The news is now saying, and who's on the screen here in the red, she is at Fox, she is a former FBI. And she's like, I can't tell you everything that I know, but they're working hard, and hopefully they're just listen to how they're using their language now. The media,
law enforcement is not going to show their hand right now. They're not,
because a lot of times, especially big ass media, they know things before they're going to break. It's just the way it is.
going to show everything that they're capable of doing.
FBI.
Certainly not the FBI, because that's what they do. They keep it quiet and confidential to maintain the integrity of the investigation. But I think you've got the ransom email. Again, we've all been talking about it. It's either legitimate, they're a hoax, or they're a false flag and a distraction. And we're about to find out.
I think
Those
it's the third
ransom
one.
emails may have absolutely nothing to do with Nancy and her whereabouts.
About to find out.
On the flip side, they may. And that's, again, what the family's working with the FBI to determine what's the legitimacy of this. Now, when we look at the masking of the IP addresses, that's one way to mask their identity. The other way that everyone's talking about is Bitcoin. Back in the day, it was, hey, we'll give you cash. Hey, we'll send it here. Not anymore. Bitcoin is highly sophisticated for individuals, and it is something that we knew that in the FBI we were getting trained on their techniques, and they use it for a purpose. But every single transaction is recorded and documented on the blockchain, and that is visible. You can see that. But what you may not be able to see.
Okay, one thing I have heard nobody speak about. All right, so let's say Nancy's the matriarch of this family, right, Daph? Like everyone, she's the matriarch. And even Savannah had said that after Her father had died. Savannah's father died, I think, when she was like 17 years old. She's the matriarch. She's the glue that holds this family together. And she allegedly has money, right? There's money and there's money and then there's money, right? But if this person, this person writing this ransom letter, this abductor, okay, follow me here. If they wanted money, why didn't they just go drain her fucking account?
Or take her valuables.
Right.
I'm sure she's got valuables at her home.
Like, why not just say, come on, let's get your checkbook. You know what I mean? They could have done that. Could have done that as well.
Exactly.
No, they didn't take nothing.
They wanted her to prove a point, or because they were upset at something either she did, in my opinion, or her daughters did, maybe, or someone close.
I don't think it's anything she did. I think it is. Well, I think it's because
personal.
Well, I think she might have said no. Yes.
That's it.
Here's the thing that I want to talk about here in a little bit. All right. So let's assume as a theory, not it happened, but let's just have a theory here. Let's say she said no to someone, right? And it's someone close to her. What if, if let's say they wanted money and she said no. Well, if they didn't give it to her, if she didn't give it to them, let's say they have a life insurance policy or a valuable home, right? I'm going to get it one way or another. You get what I mean? Oh, you're giving it to me one way or another. You're giving me money one way or another. Whether that is, you're okay with giving me money, or I'm going to take it one way or another.
I feel like they were promised something and then something changed, if that makes any sense. Like taken back. Does that make sense? Like it was expecting something and then was taken back. Kind of like what you're saying, but
like she might have loaned something and they couldn't give it back.
This is just my assumption. I don't know if it's true, but like, for instance, maybe a will was changed around, because I do know, and I'm just speculating, please. I'm not saying it's true.
Right. This is just an opinion.
Exactly. For instance, we know 3 months ago, her and the girls got together. And I'm not saying it has anything to do with the girls or anything like that, but maybe someone close to the girls that could have been added into a will and then maybe removed, or assets maybe taken away out of that person's.
Yeah. Think about that. We know that Savannah was in Arizona 3 months ago. Whenever family all gets together, whether it's a business trip, or whatever, sometimes you go and have things changed up, wills, all of that as well. Very possible. Birdie, thank you so much for becoming a member, my friend. Really do appreciate that. Oops. Thank you, Miss Birdie. Y'all make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Share this live stream out. It means so much to us as well. You got a good point. It's very possible. I just hope this is over after today, like as far as an arrest, because it's just been too long. I mean,
9 days too long.
Days.
initially is a non-traceable wallet. But again, with certain investigative techniques and things that the FBI can do, they can get to the bottom of that. But the key is, if you ever want to cash in that money, so let's say you get $6 million, what good is that if you can't actually utilize that? In order to cash that in with a U.S. institution, you're going to have to provide a name, a social security number, identifiers in order to use that. You could let it sit in the wallet indefinitely, but what good is that? Or, you know, again, I'm not going to go into any ideas. There's other things that, again, the FBI, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you better. So, Paul, the end-to-end transaction, if you will, the beginning of it with the money in the account hasn't happened. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, I think it means that there is no level of trust there from the Guthrie family because they have not gotten any proof of life. And I think that there's got to be still some real question as to whether or not the two notes are coming from the people who actually have their mother, because proof of life is comparatively simple. You can come up with something that's very unique, very idiosyncratic from, let's say, Savannah's childhood or something like that, even if you don't want to put the mother on camera or something like that. But you could do that too.
Why couldn't you put the mother on camera?
You could. They may be worried about the comms. Is it traceable? Is the metadata going to show something that the FBI can pull out? And the good news here is that you got the FBI who would have bested this. So that's one of the
AI.
At this AI stuff, at tracing AI, because you can use AI against AI, tracing the Bitcoin, all of that stuff, that goes on. Think of it as a pocketbook that everybody can see. The problem for them is that when you go to it, you can't buy, groceries with Bitcoin yet anyway. So when they go to take it out, that's, as I was talking about earlier, that's the vulnerability. And that's the thing that you are hoping you can see at some point. But as I said earlier, if it happens someplace that you can't get to, North Korea or something, then, you're sunk.
Donna?
I mean, do we have to think, and Nicole, you may be able to answer this, do we have to think that the letters that they have, these two letters, that the FBI must think that there's some validity to them? Because as we've seen,
I think that there's validity to these FBI letters. However, I don't think it's validity as far as a real kidnapper or anything like that. I don't know about you.
I feel that maybe they're trying to move one over, however you say it, on them. Maybe they're hoping that they will receive the Bitcoin. I also have something just in my gut telling me, why ask for Bitcoin? Yeah, it's untraceable, but they could still get it back if so, right? If they know who the person is, they could still get it back, some of it. Also, I feel like this person is already invested in Bitcoin, and we all know that Bitcoin has plummeted lately. And I'm wondering if they did this to get more their money back. Maybe they thought, but then something went wrong, and so that's kind of another idea I have in the back of my head.
Yeah. So this just came out just a little bit ago. And the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie was last seen inside her residence in the Catalina Foothills community outside Tucson, Arizona on January 31st, 2026. Nancy Guthrie is an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues that likely preclude her from walking long distances unassisted. On the morning of February 1st, 2026, a friend of Nancy Guthrie's contacted the victim's family and notified them that Nancy Guthrie had not attended church that morning. Okay. Scoot back. Even Fox and other media outlets right now are saying that they have contacted the church and that there is no way that anyone would know whether someone was watching that service or not. There's just no way.
There's no way unless they got Nancy's devices and we're able to
No, no,
see
no,
if
no,
we're
no. No, I'm
connected.
talking about
Oh, I see.
how,
Somebody else. Okay, I see.
like how did how did this friend of the family say that she knew that she didn't attend the church service?
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, Caddy.
Hmm.
Yeah. We reported on that yesterday, but the business card was after. It was after. It wasn't before.
Yeah, that makes me wonder, how would they know? Because there's probably no chat or anything when that's
There
live.
there's nothing. You just
So
watch
how,
it.
so
You
how would
just
you know?
watch it.
Very
And
interesting.
yeah, they actually called the church, and they said there would be no way that they would know whether they knew Nancy was at church or not. And if
Hmm.
nobody had heard. Uh, so it's giving off weird vibes. There's way too many weird things in this
There
case,
is.
right? I mean, she goes and gets an Uber to go to the dinner, right? She's driven back by a son-in-law. Now, tell me about this son-in-law. Okay. This son-in-law has been in the family for 20 years, right? Okay. 20 some
Mhm.
years. Why is he not actively participating in the disappearance of his mother-in-law?
Yeah. Why is he
Why?
separate from all of
Why
us?
is he not out in front of the cameras right now?
Quiet as a mouse.
Crickets.
Hmm.
Hey, Wolfie, thank you so much for 3 months. Shakedown, breakdown, takedown. Thank you, Justin and Daphne, for covering this case. Very sad for the poor woman. Yes. Thank you so much, Wolfie. Appreciate you very, very much, my friend. Did she have a home health nurse? No. To make visits to check on her? No. There are too many questions. If an elderly parent living alone, I would have hired a caretaker. Did she have one? She didn't have like nothing like, you know.
Someone said she would have been on the prayer list if she was online. Someone mentioned that in chat. I can't find the comment now. It's going by so fast, but I don't know if that.
I'll find it. But let's finish reading this, and then we can get to that, I guess. So she did not attend church that morning. At approximately noon on February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie's family entered her residence and determined that she was missing and reported her to law enforcement. Okay. Second thing I have a problem with already. I can't. Okay. Yes, they went. The family went there quickly, but it was allegedly an hour after they reported her missing. Now, Daph, chat. If your family member is missing, your 84-year-old mobility, can't get around issues, and you go there and you see cameras out of the way, taken off, blood, things, like cameras missing or torn off the sides, front camera off, back lights and stuff broken. Are you going to wait an hour?
I don't know. I'm going to be freaking out. I'm literally going to freak out. Like, I'm probably going to look for something to protect myself, like inside my vehicle, while I'm calling 911, and then I'm going into the home to see if my mother is okay.
Yes, Joyous, exactly.
That's what I would do.
What do they mean they don't know where he is? They know where he is. They know where he is. He is allegedly alone, from what I understand. So that's part of that. I agree with that 100%, Daph. Nancy Guthrie's family entered the residence and determined that she was missing and reported her disappearance to law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived shortly thereafter and determined that Nancy Guthrie had left basic essentials inside her home, including her wallet, her car, cell phone, hearing aid, and medication. So she can't even hear well.
Ugh.
She's got a hearing aid. This is someone who's got a pacemaker, a hearing aid, walks with a cane, as a lot of 84-year-olds do. Still, nonetheless, we are on our way to our second baby, 17 months. Love you in the pearls. Thank you so much, Miss Ginger. Appreciate you, love. We're on baby number 2.
That tells me, Justin, that this person wasn't. They didn't. I mean, I know they're not going to be like, "Oh, put your hearing aid in" or whatever. They didn't care, right? They didn't care. They just.
No.
They didn't care at all. They had no remorse. Like, just seemed like hatred, right? Grabbing her. They didn't even care.
You see, this is the thing. Think about this. An 84-year-old woman, if you're wanting ransom money, right?
Mm-hmm. You want her in the best.
You're not going to be super violent with her. She's 84. She's in the twilight years.
Absolutely.
She's got a pacemaker. You're going to take her damn medication. You're going to make sure she's comfy.
It's right.
Because you don't want her dying on you.
Exactly. And it's probably right there on her bedside table with her hearing aid, her medication, probably a glass of water, or a bottle of water.
You're not going to be making her bleed.
Exactly.
So I'm not buying it.
I'm not
buying it. This person lost control.
Yep.
They lost control, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Hatred.
Yep. So she didn't take her wallet, her car, her cell phone, her hearing aid, and no medication. Nancy Guthrie's blood was found on the outside of her residence near the porch. On February 2nd, 2026, KOLD, a CBS affiliate in Tucson, Arizona, received a ransom demand via their online tip portal. The demand listed a Bitcoin wallet address to receive the ransom payment. On February 4th, 2026, Nancy Guthrie's family published a video asking Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper to contact them about their mother. Count 1 and 2. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I believe that there will be an arrest today. Count 1 and 2. They've already got this written. Is Cash there today?
He's supposed to come today. Yes.
Yeah.
He'll probably do it close to probably here soon. Well, no, because they're 3 hours behind us. So.
Yeah. I think there's going to be an arrest today. I would. Yes. I'm telling you.
Where do they know to even send the money to?
Well, they've got the account from what I understand, or the wallet. The wallet. It's Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin wallet. Yeah. Yeah.
Tomatoes was mad with her and ransom note hoax. In my opinion, I agree. I agree. Okay. Count 1 and 2. On or about February 4th, 2026, shortly after the video was published, AC, that would be Annie, and Tomato, whatever, the daughter and the son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie, both separately received a text message from the following number. Come on. Did I scare you?
No.
Okay. Come on. Seriously. Those two received the damn number, this ransom. And Daphne and I have been digging because you know the freakazoid that we was talking about last night. Guys, something's wrong in Denmark. I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's something there that I keep just digging and digging and digging in the band part, right?
This grungy, not grunge. Is it grunge music?
Well, it's
grunge.
Like grunge, but the other one's more like a goth metal type, if that makes sense.
Well, but he's a singer, he's a band. And you know what else he does? Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And you know what else he does? Fraud. He's been in the $400 and some thousand to the state of California was a city fraud. Now you tell me what's up with this.
Mm-hmm. And they both played at the same place, that Royal Palms or something at one point in time?
Yes, we dug on that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yeah, the guy that got busted, and I think that I mean, this person contacts Tommaso for the ransom letter. No. Again, on or about February 4th, shortly after the video was published, Annie and Tommaso, the daughter and the son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie, I keep wanting to say Nancy Grace, Nancy Guthrie, both separately received a text message from the following number stating, quote, "Did you get the Bitcoin? Waiting on our end for the transaction." Annie and Tommaso received these texts while in Arizona. Law enforcement was able to determine through open source methods that the 0552 number was associated with a voice over internet protocol known as a VoIP phone number. That would be like a Google Voice, a Text Now, that kind of thing. And called applications that allows users to obtain another phone number for their mobile device separate for the number assigned to them by their wireless carrier.
There you go.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, coincidence or not.
Thank you, CR.
Thank you, CR, for your super sticker. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Are we writing a movie for a lifetime or a soap opera? That is what it sounds like. Yes, it does, Evan, baby. You're absolutely right. No coincidence.
No coincidence.
I agree. There's just no way. There's just no fucking way that this grunge guy who's been to Arizona, who has, it kind of makes me wonder, and someone wrote it in earlier, and I have spoken to people about Tommaso locally, and we'll just say the rumor is going around that he did live a separate life, so to speak. And if this Tommaso is hanging out with this one guy, I think a lot of things in their plan went wrong. Nothing ever goes according to plan, right? Nothing ever goes according to plan. But then it can go way south, way quick. And the FBI could have definitely hounded him.
I'm sending some to you, Justin.
Okay. Did you, what's that?
Let me send you the whole post.
We're looking at roughly 85.
This is someone, yeah, he does Bitcoin. So here,
Okay.
I'll send you the link so you can read.
Okay.
There you go.
Did you email me to something?
Yes, I emailed you 2 different things. One is, one's an article about, it says Savannah reunites with her mom and sister. And then I also emailed you about the camera. So if they said that they could get data off of these cameras, even though that she didn't have a subscription, which I had no idea, like they could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can through the network. They can do a lot, but they can't always.
Yeah, not always, but
they are looking in the septic tank. Yeah, they were looking. Yesterday, I showed the plans to the septic tank and all that. If you go back to my live yesterday, I've got all the plan when they installed it, how many gallons it is, all of that. But yeah, I wonder if they put any cameras in the home or the hotel where they're staying at. Oven baby, it's very interesting you say that.
Yeah.
Because I believe, and this is just my opinion, why specifically Tommaso is not staying at said home is that he allegedly thinks it's allegedly bugged, which I'm sure it was. I'm sure the hell it was.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Right. Okay. Let's go to this right here. Sophisticated communications make abductors difficult to trace. Text expert says, is that the one? Is that the one you sent, Daph?
It should say unseen data, and then there's one that says Savannah reunites with mom and sister.
Oh, I got it. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. I was like, wait, did I send that?
No, it was me, not you.
Then I sent the other one through text, the Bitcoin one.
Okay. Guys, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. There is so much that's going to be that's unfolding today. With the market variation, we're looking at roughly 85 to 88 BTC, which would equal $6 million worth. I don't get Bitcoin. I mean, I honestly don't. I don't understand it one iota. I truly don't. Don't get it at all.
What will happen
Watch this.
to Nancy Guthrie at 5 p.m. Arizona local time today? The ominous second deadline is hours away. It's one of the most high-profile missing persons cases in decades. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus, day 9.
It sure is.
And some sudden return to the scene activity, the home where the missing mom of NBC host Savannah Guthrie's mom was at last for dinner before she vanished, also a place they went back to and are going back to, and a whole lot of other action and movement to get you brought in on. Savannah and her siblings are making their third cryptic plea to whomever is holding their mom.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return.
Do you guys think that they know that she is no longer alive? This is a whole different ball game. Maybe they're just tired, but it seems to me like Savannah particularly and the brother, it seems like they've lost hope. Savannah's a very smart woman. She's studied law. I think she's an attorney. Isn't she a lawyer? But
I'm
regardless,
not sure. She was a
she's
teacher, wasn't she,
no. Mm-mm.
at the school? I thought for a little
Savannah?
bit. Yeah, for a little bit, like a long time ago, wasn't she? Didn't she do some teaching?
She's a little. I knew she's in. She went
Lawyer?
to an attorney up.
Didn't she do some teaching? I swear I
She
heard
might have
that
done
as well.
some teaching, but
Yeah, just like
I've
very
never heard.
shortly.
I don't know.
So they're trying to
She's a
see.
she's a lawyer. She knows. She knows.
Okay. They're trying to see if the Bitcoin's been transferred. That's what they're trying to do. So as of now, it looks like it hasn't.
It hasn't. It's not going to be.
Yeah.
It's not going to be.
I follow a lot of stock accounts, and they're like savvy with looking into that stuff.
There's
And our
more.
mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
And of course, we know that there has also been a video from the brother who you saw on her right-hand side, Cameron. And as that video was released, new scrutiny over the investigation itself after the sheriff leading the case, the Pima County sheriff. This is one of the biggest cases ever in the state of Arizona. He's in charge, spotted courtside at University of Arizona basketball
Give him
game.
hell,
Now, they are
girl.
#1 in the country, which would tell you you definitely could have watched this on TV. It's raising some fresh questions about focus and urgency.
Sure is.
Sheriff Nanos now acknowledging some missteps on his own in securing Nancy Guthrie's home. As Fox Digital reports, staffing shortages delayed the launch of high-tech search aircraft for the hours after 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing. In moments, we'll hear from former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan. We'll dig in deep with Alicia.
Watch this.
Hi, Harris. No confirmation yet on whether the family has paid that reported $6 million.
Thank you, Dot.
And we don't know yet if that video that the
Here's a thought. Perhaps T owned someone money and was threatened, question mark. The fact that he asked if T had the Bitcoin meant he what owed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like if he owed somebody Bitcoin.
Oh.
Well, Bitcoin just plummeted too, so.
It plummeted, yeah.
Bitcoin's been plummeting for a month, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a coincidence that they're asking for it.
I forgot this. I have a picture. Tommaso and Annie, they sold a little Hyundai back in the summer in an advertisement.
Oh.
I got a picture of that. Let me find that.
The Guthries released over the weekend prompted any movement by her captors. Right now, we want to give you a bird's eye view of the situation here on the ground from our Fox flight crew. You can see 2 sheriff's vehicles parked outside the home. This began on Sunday. The department issuing a statement saying their constant presence now is at the request of the Guthrie family. There's this septic tank that was searched this weekend as well. On Sunday afternoon, investigators used a long pole to probe inside. They were focused here for about an hour in the back.
Can I just say
Nancy's
something?
Property.
Okay, what I'm about to say is a text message that I got from someone whose husband went to school with Annie and Savannah. I just got this. So this is, I'm not saying that, I'm not blaming anybody when I read this message. And this is just their opinion. Okay. Hi, friend. Loving your coverage on Nancy Guthrie. My husband went to high school with Annie and Savannah. And when the whole thing first started, the first thing he said was, Annie, in his opinion, did it or knows more. I'll say that. And he says that she was very eccentric back then. But he said this was his opinion from a girl he also knew 40 years ago. But very, very eccentric. Can you imagine if it's actually her, question mark. Either way, my heart just breaks for them.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Will you read that first part again? I'm sorry.
Which part?
The first part of it again.
Hey, friend, loving your coverage on the Nancy Guthrie case. My husband went to high school with Annie and Savannah. And when this whole thing first started, the first thing I said was that, in his opinion, she did it. I don't like saying names. You know what I mean? And that she was eccentric. Actually, they didn't put eccentric. I don't want to write what they said because I feel bad.
No, I understand.
But I used the word eccentric.
Which is, yeah.
There you go.
Odd or, yeah.
Who said she wasn't in church? Mm-hmm.
Mm.
That's, this is her husband who went to school with Annie and Savannah.
So they know, yeah.
Yeah.
Do they currently know, or they just knew them from school?
No, she just went to he just went to school with her.
Okay.
Back then. He said, that was just my opinion of her 40 years ago. But she allegedly liked really dark things.
I mean,
I'm getting more stuff in, but
you can tell too.
I sent that to you. Just don't put that.
Oh, wait. Of course. Thank you.
On Saturday night, law enforcement returned to re-walk the terrain around the house using their flashlights in the pitch black dark of night. Then later that night, our Fox Digital team was at Annie Guthrie's house when sheriff deputies went inside. Flashes of light could be seen like coming from a camera. They were coming from the garage and also from another room. The FBI is analyzing a trove of data from not only Nancy Guthrie's home, but her neighbors. This is a photo of one of the cameras removed from the outside of Nancy's house. Even if a camera like this doesn't record someone on the property, the FBI can grab what's known as unseen data.
For example, you have a lot of neighbors saying, oh, my Ring camera never registered anything. Doesn't mean that technology has not logged the ability to see it, but didn't think it was big enough to ping that app we may use. So there still could be data there. Cameras facing the Guthrie house right now show very little activity, but I promise you there's an enormous amount of activity going on the digital side.
Yes.
And Harris here
there
on
is
May 9.
Nothing going on outside there, but you can bet at the digital and the office side, they are mowing
Still no
through it.
suspects officially or persons of interest. Back to you.
Alicia, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris.
Okay. Oh shoot. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, Fox is doing a great job covering this, by the way. They're doing a very good job covering this.
Oh, I agree. They really are, and with their drone footage as well.
Okay. What did you want me to show now?
I thought excuse me. I thought it'd be interesting if we could look at that. Well, we could look at the Bitcoin one if you want that I sent, or
I don't know if people would really. I mean, I'll show it, but
it's okay.
Then, people understand it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm a nerd.
We can show it right there. But
what about the one where Savannah reunites with her mom and sister? I think that's kind of an interesting read.
Where did you send that?
I sent it to your email. So I sent 2 emails. The one with the one, excuse me. It's in your email.
I got it. There we go. Okay.
Savannah
16. Okay. Savannah Guthrie reunites with mom and sister after 16 months apart. Oh, I've not seen this.
Mm-hmm. It's 2021, but it gets good.
Because of the music. Can we play it? Yeah.
We're frozen? Okay. It's an article.
Okay. This is when Savannah Guthrie, when was this? March 29th, 2021. Why was she separated? Oh, because of the pandemic.
Yes, but it's an interesting read. I think it's...
That's interesting.
Oh, there's
Savannah
a new message.
Huh?
Some people are saying there's a new message from Savannah. Do you want to play that and we'll come back?
Absolutely.
Here, I'll find it. Hold on.
Here we go. It's probably on Instagram. Actually, one second.
This was new.
Damn.
I'm looking too. Hold on.
No, it's my phone.
Did it freeze up?
No, it's just being dumb. I apologize, guys. Give me 1 second as I pull this up. It just won't. It won't let me pull up Instagram for some reason. I think it's my account. Let's see here.
Here, let me see if I can get it.
If you could, that would be fantastico.
Yeah, give me.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Never mind.
You sure? Okay. All right.
Okay.
I knew as soon as I tried it would.
No,
it would
please
work.
send it to me because it's not.
Okay, give me a second. Let me pull it up.
It's right fucking there, but it. Oh, I got it. Never mind. Sorry.
I'm gonna stay on it just in case.
God bless America.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation.
You can feel her despair. You can I can actually feel her, that feeling of it's so heavy and you just at the bottom and you just surrender because you just don't know anything else to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, like she wants to give up. Mm-hmm.
She's aged 10 years, poor thing. Well, I mean, stress will age you, but good lighting changes everything, and so does makeup. So
absolutely.
We just look there,
And we need your help.
I'm going to play that again. I want to hear that again.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts.
That's the word.
As
peace. Yes.
I agree. Yep.
We're into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation and we need your help.
Yeah, she's desperate and defeated. Absolutely. I feel like this was on her own accord. Yeah. Not scripted like the other ones.
I was muted. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with that. But I also feel like Savannah knows the process. She knows the process of law enforcement, and professionally, in this, you're going to, she's going to go with it. I also believe Savannah is a person of faith, and until she knows, she doesn't know. You know what I mean? Like, she's speaking the words of life over her mother until she 100% knows. Does that make sense?
I agree.
She says her, "Hey, Deception. Good to see you, my friend." She's saying all the right things compare to Lily and Jack parents. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. It's in our, I mean, some people aren't good at it, but for the most people, we know when something is fake or not. It's inherently within us to know if, someone's being truthful or not. And a lot of people are not good deceptors.
Yeah, in that case, they change stories every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But so I think, she says her and her sister and her brother, want their mom home. But I think, I believe Savannah knows a hell of a lot more than we do, as well. And she knows how to keep a secret, regardless whether it's her family or not, right? She's a journalist, and she's an attorney, and she knows the process.
It just makes me wonder why they haven't sent any kind of photo or anything. That's what makes me feel that.
Because they're trying to deceive, in my opinion. This is, you're not going to keep an 84-year-old lady 9 days and not write a ransom letter. And you want her out of your hair as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You want the cash or the Bitcoin.
Yep. So you can move. Yep.
You don't want to be sitting there. I mean, seriously, elderly sitting. They don't want to do that.
No.
A captor. They want, let's get on with it. This is not that. I'm telling you. It's not that. Photos can be tracked. They can, but also you can fix that to where they can't be tracked. I mean, essentially, but anything can essentially be tracked.
they could take a Polaroid and go set it at a gas station and then.
I mean, you could do it against
Yeah.
a black background or whatever.
Yeah.
There's ways. There's ways that anything can be done. I mean, you are, you know, this person with the encrypted that they're doing. Do you not think that they know who they are? Of course, the FBI knows who they are.
Mm-hmm. They absolutely.
Right. They know who they are, picture or not.
And there's a reason why the Bitcoin hasn't been sent yet, too. Even a little bit.
Meow. I texted you a while back. Hey, darling, good to see you. What's that? I'm sorry.
I feel like there's a reason they haven't even sent, because usually they'll send it and like they're doing a ransom, they'll send like a clump of it and then send you know, the rest, like 2 different, I don't know, from what I've read, but they haven't sent anything, it looks like, from people looking through the.
Oh, Babs, I'm so sorry for your loss, honey. I really am. It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Hi, Joe.
That's really something. God, my heart breaks for Savannah, because like this is new, by the way. This is from Fox News.
Okay.
You don't want this to be, you don't want this to happen in the first place, but you certainly don't want this from a family member or a friend, someone you trust, right? But I don't see another way around it. How a family member or a friend didn't at least pay someone and tell them where, in my opinion, where the cameras were and all this. I mean, it's just too much.
Mm-hmm.
Was out at Nancy Guthrie's house all morning, also over at Annie Guthrie's house. If you have any questions, feel free to message us and we will answer them in this brief live stream. But over the weekend, there was a lot of activity here on the ground. Investigators returned to Nancy Guthrie's house a few times. They also notably went to the daughter's house, Annie Guthrie's house, and they did that Saturday evening. And our team saw detectives and investigators taking pictures on Annie Guthrie's property. It looked like they were inside of the garage and on the house. I am told that it is notable that the investigators are at Annie Guthrie's at nighttime, because apparently sometimes detectives do this to use black lights and stuff like that at night. So decent amount of activity over the weekend here. Also, you know, our cameras caught a person or an investigator, you know, poking a hole, probing what appeared to be like a manhole or a septic tank on or behind Nancy Guthrie's property. So in general, the investigation on the ground had a lot of activity over the weekend. This morning has been quiet. It's kind of scary. You can only imagine the nightmare, the unimaginable pain that the Guthrie family is going through right now, because the first ransom note reportedly issued a final deadline of today, 5 o'clock Arizona time, for the family to pay $6 million to this Bitcoin account to have Nancy Guthrie returned. But there was also a second note, and that second note, in my opinion, seemed to change the demeanor of Savannah Guthrie and her family in their latest video that was issued on Saturday.
Yeah.
They kind of gave like a cryptic.
Okay. Do you guys think there was less hope in that second video?
The one prior?
They did the first video of them all together, and then they did the short message, the 30-second video. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You could.
The first one was urgent, really. Well,
it was urgent, but it was more hopeful.
Yes. This one is like, and the one she just did feels defeated.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The message was short, and they said, "We received your message. We understand. We will pay And that's very important to us for peace. Return our mother to us so we can celebrate. I'll give it a second. I think some people are interpreting that as a celebration of life. Others see it as, celebrate with our mother, so physically with her while she's still alive. It seems like we're kind of at this standstill, of course, until the deadline passes. Maybe there'll be another note, there'll be another update, or perhaps soon Nancy will be located. But right now we're kind of in this holding pattern. Our question is, how do they want the Guthries to pay the ransom? Our understanding is, as TMZ has reported, TMZ has a new report actually out right now that says there was a Bitcoin wallet that was provided, I believe. And so that's how they're expecting that money. And so far, in about the past hour or so, TMZ reports that wallet does not have any deposits in it and has not had any transactions. So it's sitting empty. Now, we've had experts on our air. I've also just talked to a federal source who says Bitcoin in general is traceable. That's just the general summary I get, that it's not completely untraceable, which is contrary to what some people think. And then we also had an expert on our air on Outnumbered saying, look, even if someone deposits money into your Bitcoin wallet, you eventually have to enter your ID. I believe maybe let's just say your social security number or your residency, things of that nature, to withdraw that money. So it's really hard to do that clandestine. I mean, you eventually, push comes to shove, and you've got to withdraw from that.
Chat, tell me. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe there's only one person involved, or put a 2 in the chat if you believe 2 or more are involved. 1 if you think one person is involved, 2 if you think 2 or more people are involved. I want to see, because I'm getting ready to show you there's something out about that in just a minute.
Wallet, and that's when you have to at least enter some type of identity. So even if this $6 million is paid out, what happens once it sits in this Bitcoin wallet? If you have any other questions, let us know. Do investigators think she's still alive? I think there's that hope. That's how everybody is operating, because we don't have anything else to go off of right now, at least publicly. The family has been asking for the proof of life. That has not been publicly provided. Maybe the family has received something, but we have not received a proof of life, but we also have not received the opposite. So we'll see. I think everyone obviously understands the fact that this is an extremely, extremely precarious situation for an 84-year-old woman who needs medicine and is in constant pain. And here we are a week later. My heart and prayers go out to this family. Can you imagine? It's this beautiful sunny day in Tucson, Arizona. Savannah's supposed to be covering the Olympics, and they're here right now dealing with a missing elderly mother. It's hard to comprehend something much worse than this. So my prayers go out to Savannah Guthrie and her family. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. At what point is it considered a cold case? I don't know. It's not cold right now, because technically there's a deadline coming up, at 5 o'clock. So that's going to be. So
it seems like most of you guys believe that there's more than one person involved.
Mm-hmm.
Huge mile marker. Let's see what happens before and after that. Also, a lot of investigators on this case. We have seen FBI, local authorities all over, the area surrounding the two homes.
I did not know that.
So definitely not cold in that nature. How are they receiving the ransom notes? Great question. TMZ, I believe, has reported that they got it through an email. And then I believe the other local news stations here have also indicated that it was likely digital, so likely email. But I have not seen any of these notes myself. They're understandably being kept very private, so I can't confirm that, but that is my impression. I haven't heard anyone saying it was mailed in or delivered or something of that nature. And then I believe Harvey Levitt has gone into detail saying how the email he received is untraceable. They use the sender uses technology that hides where it comes from, the email. How have they verified these ransom notes are real? They have not. No, we don't know that they're real. No one has come out to say they're real. And that's the great question here, I think.
Thank you.
Is number one, are they real? But are they linked to the disappearance? Meaning, is this the original captor who's now looking for their payout, or are these all just fakes? Are they decoys? Are they fakes? Are they mentally unstable people who are trying to get money or get attention? Don't forget there was a guy in Los Angeles who was arrested and federally charged for sending text messages to some members of the Guthrie family asking for Bitcoin. He figured out, I believe it was the sister Annie and her husband. He figured out their numbers, which is really not that hard to do this day. If you're not hiding your number, it's pretty findable. He figured out their numbers and he texted them and asked for Bitcoin. He was arrested. So are all these other ransom notes just that as well? Are they fakes? We don't know. But it looks like the family certainly is treating them as possibly being authentic, trying to communicate with these people, asking for proof of life. And also, I would imagine that Savannah and her siblings are also, getting guidance from investigators. So they certainly haven't disputed them, at least.
I mean, it's easy to get someone's phone number, right? It's easy to get someone's phone number, but I think it's very interesting how this person writing this ransom letter sent it to Annie and Tommaso, because it might be harder to find Savannah Guthrie's phone number, right? Obviously, because of who she is, but you would think you would want to get that to Savannah because she's right.
Why didn't they send it to where she works?
Yeah, good point. Very good point.
If they wanted the attention.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably. And don't forget, they're asking for a deadline of 5 o'clock local, which is about 5 hours from now. So, God forbid something should have happened at that hour, other than Mrs. Guthrie being returned. Are they looking at family members as suspects? This is a question that's come up a lot. And because we all know that, when a person goes missing, investigators turn to their loved ones first, right?
No, they sent.
So I actually personally inquired with the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and this was a while ago. This was, kind of early last week, and the Pima County Sheriff's Office told me that
the ransom note that the guy that went to jail, he sent it through phone number, but the guy that's in the band, the grunge band.
Of course, family members are always questioned in these scenarios. The sheriff would not say they're ruling out family, but also would not say family or suspect. So you know how that goes. They don't give you something definitive, but they're acknowledging the possibility. So that certainly is a possibility. No authority has come out to say any individual has been ruled out. That would be a big development in this case, something we're certainly watching for. So that's a very good question. I believe the brother-in-law, Tommaso, was the last person that we are aware of to see Nancy after driving her home from their house on Saturday night. Okay, if you have any other questions, let me know. We're going to be here on the ground for a while. The Nancy's house and the sister's house, Annie's house, are pretty quiet today, but in a moment's notice that can all change. And we'll keep an eye on the Bitcoin reports because we'll see if there's any movement there. My impression is if there was a confirmed proof of life, if there was a confirmed captor here, a hostage taker, and someone had confirmed to the Guthrie family or investigators that they definitively have Nancy Guthrie, there probably would have been a payment, right? Who would have paid for their mother? So the fact that has not happened more than a week later now kind of makes you question if these ransom notes are real or if they're linked to the disappearance at all. And we had a former FBI assistant director on our air saying, you really have to question if this is a kidnapping or if there's other possibilities, especially since someone was arrested in LA for asking for Bitcoin payment, right? So we already know there's one fake out there. Okay, correspondent Matt Finn, I'll be on the ground. And thank you for tuning in and listening to me ramble on.
He's fake.
It is. I know. I was just up in Minneapolis for almost a month, and it was, about -10 every day there. And I know a lot of people across the country are.
Okay. Very, very strange. All of this is happening. It seems like it's unfolding in, by the minute. Of course, the media is staked out by the house there. I don't No, I feel like they've got everything that they need now. They don't seem to be doing anything at the house now, Daff. They seem to be. What's your question, Lucky O? Does anyone know what?
Mm,
I think they've got, because they've been to the houses at least 3 times that we're aware of.
yes.
I don't think there's going to be anything happening at the house from now on.
The luminol that they did the other night was consensual too.
Yes, that's a
It
very
was.
good point.
I meant to say that earlier.
Yeah, it
I
was
have
consensual. But
some information on a permit. So remember how we were talking about permits and stuff yesterday?
uh-huh.
There's a permit up here that she did in January 6, 2006, and had some electrical equipment done here. It's a permit for it. Remember how there was 4 permits that we were talking about?
Yeah.
One of them was a septic back in 1991. Then she just had some electrical stuff done as well in January. I mean, I don't know. I thought that was interesting because I'm trying to see what all she had done here. I have the stuff here, but
Hold on.
just some people that had been over to her home, you know? I don't know.
Okay, Fox Digital is
2026.
reporting. What is this? Okay, let me send this. Do you have that pulled up?
I
Do you
do.
want
It's on X. Do you want me to show it? The permit stuff?
hold on, look at this. Yeah, we'll look at that and just. So,
Mm-hmm.
there's a word here that's very interesting. Come back to this in just a second.
January.
Chronicles of Bolivia wrote, Nancy Guthrie grid search. Photos obtained by Fox News Digital from Liam Young shows investigators carrying what appears to be a how do you pronounce it? Topographical map at a staging area. Near Nancy Guthrie's Tucson, Arizona home on, what is today? That was Thursday. It looked like something they were going to use in a grid out to keep track of the search.
Yeah, they did that. Didn't they have? It's a 2-dimensional. Yeah, with a 3-dimensional surface.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if you want to pull that up, you can pull that up if you want.
Pull what up?
That thing, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
What's okay?
Give me a second.
We got a super chat. It's okay. Let me get this real quick.
Clicking the buttons.
Diane,
go ahead.
thank you so much for your support, my friend. Really do appreciate you. Whoops, there we go. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. I love it. Really do appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, I think that they're pretty much done with the house. They're seemingly not looking for. I don't want to say they're not looking for Nancy, but there's no searches out for Nancy. You know what I mean? Like there's not a community.
They're not searching the area. Like, I mean, they did a little bit. Like they did
Yeah, but it seems to me like there is.
Just you there? Okay.
Yeah, I think you're going in and out. I think a little bit. But I think that they're trying to find her digitally, like whoever this person. Yeah, we played new video of Savannah. Yeah, we sure did. They didn't search Annie's house outside. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they searched the outside.
Guys, we did check the Bitcoin. It has not been paid yet.
No Bitcoin paid yet. So it's 4:07 East, 3 it's 1 o'clock Arizona time. I've actually seen people out on her road, but not actually looking for her. Yeah, the media and stuff is just standing around looking at A house. Why am I whispering? Am I low? I shouldn't
No,
be low.
you sound fine to me.
Okay. Hello, sweetie Pilo. Good to see you, my friend.
There's a Pima County Sheriff's vehicle behind me here. That's part of a 24-hour now police presence that was requested by the Guthrie family, presumably because of the massive media presence here. I don't know if you can see some of this, but basically up and down the road, and concerns about, media and kind of, people showing up here. Some of the, get out of the sun there, some of these online sleuths, podcasters that are showing up in droves as part of the coverage of this story. And early in the week, last week, as we saw the Pima County Sheriff's Department release the crime scene at one point.
Yes, we have read. Thank you so much for that. Someone said that Annie is a poet. I Googled Annie Guthrie poetry, and articles do come up. You may find that interesting. Thank you so much for your support, hon. We have pulled that up before, and to be honest with you, her poetry is very dark, and it's very abstract. To me, it doesn't really make sense, but I guess that's what poetry is to some people. It's how you interpret it. But to me, it's just a bunch of word salad, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's certainly not my type of poetry.
It goes.
But it's, to me, it's just like say mountains galore, Catalina dressing. It's what it's like, but it's very dark. It's like a beans douche and a lawn chair. It's like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't know.
Some of it can be beautiful, but
to me, it's like, it's just one of those things people that have money like to put, words together and, but put a book out. I'm just trying to be honest.
We should do some poems, Justin. We should do some poems.
I mean, my grandfather was a poet, and I should show you guys my poetry books that I have. I have poetry books from like the 1800s.
Oh, that's cool though. Yeah. That's cool.
I have his book and all of that.
See, I like art. I'd put it all together and put it on the frame.
Yeah, but it is very dark. Justin, a thought. When did Annie buy the house close to the mother? Property taxes behind on payments would be interesting to know. I think she is behind on the property taxes.
I thought, yeah, and they're not that much there in Arizona. They don't have a state tax there, do they? Arizona, or not a state tax?
That's a good question.
I think they're like Florida, right? They don't have they don't have they have property taxes, but not, oh my goodness. Nevada too, I think is the same way.
Thank you so much, Kat. Thank you.
State tax, or is it?
I want to hear what he's talking about, these online sleuths.
The investigation. So what ended up happening were members of the media were going up onto the property, getting what we call B-roll or video footage of not only the property, but also Nancy Guthrie's blood and droplets of blood, blood stain confirmed to be her blood on the front doorstep of her home. And the concerns then about the contamination of a crime scene. Investigators were here on Sunday. We saw two sheriffs, investigators coming through the backyard of the.
Now, maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, but if he's blaming like online sleuths and stuff, first of all, nobody should be on their property, number one.
Oh,
but
no.
Number two, they released the crime scene completely too early. Completely too early, period. And they went back 3 times. I have been so frustrated with this part, because why release a crime scene whenever she's not found. Nobody is trying to get in the damn house to begin with. The family or not. They just want their mom. What was the hurry to release it?
They're an
And there's
experience, in
blood
my opinion.
literally on the front steps for
Yeah.
God and country to see.
Yeah. See, inexperienced, in my opinion. I don't think they knew how to handle it.
Well, I am the sheriff. He's going to ball games and all that stuff. I think, because of this is there's so much emotion in this case, because Nancy was loved by people on television because of Savannah as well, right? And people are naturally emotional, a little bit more emotional to this.
Yeah.
I think it was I think it was just very. You could have seen it on TV or done it another time. I think it was in very poor taste.
I agree.
It's a big
with
county.
that.
They have lots of experience. Something fishy about how they handled it.
Yeah, I think it's just an experience.
Tropicana says, "Did you notice Savannah and her brother were holding hands tight and barely holding?" I noticed that. I noticed that. I did notice that. She had her arm. She was holding him like this as well. But we're all going to be hyper focused on every little thing in this case. You know what I mean? What happens if the person who took her unalives himself and then don't find for 3 to 6 months and no money exchange?
I don't think
no money was ever found. I mean, anything is possible. Low property tax, no food tax. Interesting. Okay.
No food tax. That's what it was. Okay. Thank you.
Walking the perimeter of the property at one point using a metal pole to search what presumably was a septic tank. And investigators have been back and forth, not only here, the daughter's home, Annie Guthrie's home on Saturday, when also Savannah Guthrie released another emotional plea for her mother's safe return. There's a deadline. One of the ransom messages, whether it's authentic or not, remains unclear. But one of those messages received by a local media outlet here demanded $6 million in Bitcoin by a 5 p.m. local time.
It's probably an AI book.
So at this point, we haven't heard anything from the sheriff's department, from federal officials
Check
about
your
that
messages.
deadline, if the ransom will be paid, or even if there's proof of life that Nancy Guthrie is still alive.
I saw this, Steph. That's good to show this. Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
I
guys.
totally forgot about that.
Did y'all see this? Reminds me of the case in Ohio, Spencer and Monique Tepe. That's right here. What I'm about to show you.
This is really interesting, you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Why was Nancy Guthrie's name searched on Google 100 times 2 weeks before she was abducted in the country of Colombia? Google Trends does not lie. This is valid data. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean came from Colombia, number one. It could be a VPN.
Exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it is interesting that she was searched 100 times 2 weeks prior. Very similar in the Monique and Spencer Tepe case, right?
Absolutely.
That was going on. What is your thoughts on that, Daph?
I don't know. I think it could be a VPN as well. Because I actually, that's so funny because like I looked it up because going off of the case from Ohio, right? And I looked her up in the United States and I was like, oh, okay. I went 3 months back. I didn't see anything, but you see the spike on February 1st, right? And I'm like, okay, I didn't think to check like a different country or anything. And sure enough, someone did. They're smarter than me. And I think that's very strange. I think, yes, it could be a VPN. And because you see, there's nothing searched, right? Until
Right.
that certain time. And Google doesn't lie, it tracks everything you do. So I wonder, even with a VPN, right? And your VPN can tell you, it'll say where it can say that you're in, like, I don't know.
Timbuktu.
Yeah, Timbuktu, when you're sitting in your home in whatever state or country you're in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is, the one thing that makes me wonder, the VPNs do change though, don't they? Every time you use it, the VPN changes.
You can pick.
Or can you
I,
pick?
I have a VPN. You can pick your country or anything.
There you go.
I can look like I'm streaming from the UK, Uganda, Ukraine, Colombia, United States, a specific state, all of that. No, I don't think cartels took her or anything like that. I think whoever was looking this up was looking up VPN, and potentially looking up, documents, perhaps even like property value and stuff like that. Something coming in?
No, I'm just looking at
Okay.
100 times. It says 100
Yeah.
times.
Yeah. So the Guthrie family has not likely received a response to previous videos addressing possible captors amid purported ransom demands, according to CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe. Today's host, Savannah Guthrie, posted a video just a little bit ago. Family believes that Nancy Guthrie is, quote, still out there. And the analysis said, quote, "This message does not sound like the message that you would expect to hear from a family that is currently negotiating the return of a loved one." And I agree with that 100%. Whenever you're negotiating with someone of ransom, right, there's that there's hope, but it's like an urgency, right? There's an urgency, and there is no urgency. Absolutely, 1,000%. FBI would get around it in 2 seconds. But this is someone looking up Nancy Guthrie 2 weeks prior, and we can't see, if they're using a VPN, but FBI certainly can. Savannah said, "We are in the hour of desperation and need your help." Bless.
No, this was not Savannah, it was Nancy.
I meant Nancy. I apologize.
Yeah. No, somebody was saying because the Olympics maybe. And I'm like, no, it was Nancy. Like Savannah's name's probably searched, right? But
every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
This is strange though, Colombia. So it has to be a VPN.
This is outside. There's nothing going on as far as the house. There's only a police officer there as a guard, and that's it. That
What's that?
Doesn't pick up.
Oh, look
But
like
it's just nuts. The media that's out there, it's just absolutely nuts. And like, there's so much media that you have to walk up to the house to even get it. I don't understand it now, like why all the media is out there. I don't get it now, as of now, because there's nothing that's going to happen.
Well, Cash is supposed to come there today.
To the house?
Well, I don't know to the house, but he's supposed to come out and talk. Yes.
Yeah. But I'm talking about outside the house. Like, I don't understand. Because they've already done all their testing. Like, now they're going to be, my opinion, arresting someone soon. But there's that. Also, what this guy said is interesting. Former FBI.
There would have been a video. There would have been a photograph. I don't think she was kidnapped. We would have heard, listen, there would have been a video. There would have been a photograph. There would have been something, a lock of hair.
Yeah. And I think it's very interesting how they kept going back to the garages. And think about this. Think about this. In the defense, in my opinion, again, if there is family involved or whatever, I believe, they're going to have substantial. It's going to be a little bit hard, because if they're saying Nancy was over there the night before and they're looking at, let's say, carpet fibers or whatever, well, they can say, well, Nancy rode in my car. So if she was taken out in let's say in the back at any point, if you know what I mean, I think, it might be harder explaining hair or fibers in the back of your car, but this would be your mother-in-law. So you're around her all the time. So I think this is why law enforcement really needs to have they're not taking their time, but they're making sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. Right? Why are there
I
no
agree with
reporters
that.
outside the sheriff's office? That's what I think they should be. Is like at the sheriff's office. That's where the shit's happening right now, if anything. The TMZ ransom notes was written very early on, so people wouldn't have been using AI for that. So how do you know that? What do you mean they wouldn't? Why do you say that? So find out who used AI for note, and they can easily find out who the person. Well, they found out the early the first person who did.
Drop of blood, something mailed to somebody so they could verify, yes, in fact, these people have my mother. Linger. If you're negotiating with another drug dealer in South America somewhere, it could go on for a few weeks, a month, until they get bored and decide this is not worth it. And
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't think that's going to happen there.
And it's either pay up or we're going to kill this person. And it's always a negotiation, right? The first
negotiation fell through. So why the hell are you expecting this one to go through? I don't get it. I really don't get it. What kind?
And they haven't.
What do you mean? What kids? Annie has I think it's a preteen or a
tween,
tween maybe. All of that. Who let the dogs out? Bark, bark, bark.
Another message reportedly from Ms. Guthrie's captors. And another Tucson station called KGUN is reporting now that the original ransom note received last week demanded $1 million by last Thursday, and the price went up to $6 million by 5 p.m. this evening. The threat, either implicit or explicit, no one's sharing exactly what else the note said, is that if they don't get this $6 million by 5 p.m. tonight, Nancy Guthrie will be killed, because their original note that had the $1 and $6 million demands, we are told,
probably
said she was okay, said they had her. Now, there's still no confirmation that whoever's writing these messages has or has ever had possession of Nancy Guthrie. None whatsoever. There's been no proof of life or even captivity. None. Notwithstanding that, Savannah and her siblings, Annie and Cameron, did put out a new video Saturday night, which we now know was in response to the second note, the contents of which no one's really sharing. I mean, it didn't go out loud. The first one went to TMZ and two others. The second note which we know virtually nothing about, went only to the one station. And it said virtually nothing. I mean, not that it said virtually nothing. We know virtually nothing about what it said other than it tried to convince the media and ultimately the Guthries that it was being written by the same person who wrote
Have you
the
noticed
first note,
this?
which was a ransom note.
Have y'all noticed this? Police, when someone is missing normally, and again, they want you to look for said missing person, right? They have not told us what they think Nancy is wearing, what she was last wearing.
Yep.
With Tomaso and Annie. They've never said that at all.
Because they're not, yeah, I think that is odd. I know they have the billboards up, but I think that is just to spark if anybody actually seen her in a vehicle or something, or seen something that night, maybe. Does that make
Yeah, I mean,
sense?
they're not saying
Not
what
saying
she
what she
was
wore,
last.
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, what she was last wearing.
She's probably in her
Like,
pajamas though,
but regardless, like,
yeah.
like
What
what, you know, what was she, what was, you would think Tomaso, at the very minimum, this is his mother-in-law, would come out and say, for instance, yeah, I dropped her off, you know, with the local media. He would come out and say, you know, I dropped my mother-in-law off. We had some wine. We had a great dinner. We played some games and dropped her off, let her inside, and she was in good spirits. Nothing seemed odd, but it's crickets from him.
Crickets, absolutely.
I wonder if police have checked nearby hotels. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
And bed and breakfasts as well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Close.
I agree. I think the ransom was secondary action and made up after someone assaulted her. I think it was, yeah, after, I think after someone lost their cool, this was part of it. And that's the thing. When someone loses their cool and hurts someone, there's more room for error because they're planning off the seat of their pants because the anxiety, and they're trying to hide their ass as well.
Why do you think they're not sending the Bitcoin over? And they're waiting. Were they waiting till 5? I mean, to see what they say. What if they write, well, time's up or something? You didn't send me the Bitcoin.
Because I think that they haven't proven life or anything like that.
Yeah, true.
You know, you're kind of at the mercy of the person writing the ransom letter if there is an actual ransom, but also you have to have some control of the situation too, right? Okay, we'll give you the money, but first of all, you're going to show me
proof
that you really have her.
Where are you dropping her off at, or where are you going to leave her? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right. There has to be a plan of some sort. And if there's no proof of life, it tells me that this is just bullshit.
Yeah, they have the wallet. It hasn't been sent.
Yeah. 45 minutes, nearly 45 minutes inside looking for something. That is someone that is absolutely 1,000,000% comfortable. You're not expecting the police to come, right? You're not expecting the police to come if you're there 40, some minutes.
And what were they doing in there for 45 minutes? Were they talking with her? Like, did somebody that she knew or knows, like, came over there, was like talking to her, woke her up, perhaps, and then something happened, right? Like they try to talk to her first?
I don't know.
Why were they there? Yeah, so long. Did they park up in front of the house? Like, we don't.
This is the thing.
Why
Like,
is there no
I
vehicle?
always thought that Nancy made it home, and she may very well have. Um, this is me speculating again, but
Mm-hmm.
people get together, they have dinner. Some people have, dinner during the weekend, and they play cards or do whatever. And that's
Mm-hmm.
something that absolutely could have taken place. But it could have been, I would want to know when's the
Mm-hmm.
last Nancy was actually there. When's the last time she had this dinner? Was this a special dinner over something? Or did something even happen at Tommaso's house? Allegedly,
Mm.
could something have happened there? And then, because like police are saying that it went offline, with their pacemaker and stuff like that, but they're not exclusively saying it went off at her house, are they?
Well, that's what we're led to believe.
That's what we're led to believe, but that's not exactly precisely the word.
Exactly. And what about the cars? Like, I mean, yeah, they mentioned her car, and then they took in Annie's car. Didn't they take Annie's car or their family car, allegedly? And then they did mention a white
Yes.
van, but nothing. They're not saying, hey, be on the lookout for this vehicle.
Well, the neighbors mentioned a white van, but the gas station said a person or a vehicle, an unspecified vehicle of
I heard
interest.
something Circle K on dispatch, but it was very vague.
I have no. Nancy's from everything. I know that there's people been saying that like Nancy's stuff was found like in or watch was in the garage and stuff, but everything that I have seen reporting on and heard is that everything was inside the house.
Mhm. That's
Am I
the way I've
wrong?
taken it as well. No, that's the
Well,
way
I
I've
mean,
taken it.
that's what it says in everything I read.
Yeah.
He was the last.
So-
He was the last one to see her, and he admits that. And he admits that. Did the
Yeah.
pacemaker disconnect from the app, or did it disconnect because the app was turned off or shut down? So the phone and the watch and them was turned off.
Turned off.
It was
Yeah.
turned off. And
So they took the time to turn it off or had her turn it off.
Yep.
Hmm.
But
So that means that they had to have known that she had a pacemaker and it was connected and
of course.
all that. Then.
Of course.
So it's somebody that she knows or knows her well enough to know her medical conditions, which isn't an everyday person. It's either friend
How do you know if
or
someone
family.
has a pacemaker unless you've either told them or?
Exactly.
I mean, how else?
I'm sure everybody owns
It
Bitcoin.
sounds like in a roundabout way, indirectly, they're saying that son-in-law has something that. Well, hold on one second.
Hmm. Yeah, it means somebody knows her medical history. Yeah, a person from church can know, I guess, like a good friend from church, but
yeah, they can. Absolutely. But there has to be emotion behind that, right? Like why would you want someone either dead or taking the time of holding someone 9 days without their medication and all this? I just no.
We're told that note number 2 wasn't.
Do you have something you want to pull up in a second?
Give me 1 second. Yeah.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Technically a ransom note. But again, we know almost nothing else about it. But we are now being told that this video I'm about to show you from the 3 siblings was a direct response to note number 2. Watch.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
I think we cut off the first line of that where she said, we heard you and we understand, in her note. She made clear that
okay. Big
they
question.
received
Huge question right here.
second note. Though again, they're not sending these to the family.
I forgot to ask this. I keep forgetting to ask this every single live stream, so I want to get this. Okay. Tommaso and Annie's home. Cameras. That's going to be, if they got cameras and the cameras were off at that time, or they were taken down at that time, or erased around that evening, shit's going to hit the fan on that one. That's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all.
I agree.
Right? I would assume that they would have cameras. You would think. Yeah.
Yeah, but they said that they can retrieve some of the information from that, even if she didn't have a subscription.
Sometimes they can, yeah.
Yeah.
Thought about that too. I kept forgetting to mention that. Like, if they have cameras and this timeline is not matching up, boy, they're going to have a hard time. Yeah, and I mean, 40 some minutes. Someone just texted me and said they might have been trying to clean in that 40 some minutes, right? Okay, Brian Hinton just posted something new.
Wouldn't they have cleaned the blood on the front porch? And also, that's another question I have, you guys. That's another question I have. If, they're looking at her vehicle, right, but it's still in the garage, and then she usually enters and leaves out of the garage, then what? So they took that in for forensics, but yet the blood was on the porch, which is so strange.
Say that again?
So, for instance, the blood was on coming out of the front door, right? The front porch. But her vehicle is parked inside the garage, and they took her vehicle in for forensics. So what could have been in the vehicle? Did they try to take her vehicle first and then decided not to and then left out the front door? Or
thank you so much, Petunia.
Yeah.
I am wondering if their doctor has looked at her heart. Ruthie
Peacemaker.
They would have data before it was disconnected.
Yeah, they could do that to see if there was a spike in like blood pressure or something. Is that what you're meaning?
I assume that's what they mean.
Yeah, like they could see like maybe if the perpetrator showed up, obviously 45 minutes prior, was she awake? Because it would show her heart, right, levels up.
Yep.
If she heard somebody in her house or breaking in, or if she was arguing with this person prior to them taking her. It would absolutely, depending on, we know the time they shut it off. So,
and like I said earlier or yesterday, like, think about this.
There you go.
I mean, like, while she was at dinner and she's having a conversation, heart rhythm. Yes, there you go. There you go, Petunia.
Heart rhythm. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
While she's having dinner, they're going to, if she was stressed at any time, it's going to show that her heart rate was up, her blood pressure was up, or whatever as well. Also, and this is a little graphic what I'm going to say, but if someone snapped If someone snapped, went there and broke in and just snapped and unalived her right then and there, okay? It's going to show the rhythms in her heart fluctuating. And they would know most likely, and they're either gonna, if it was, which I believe it was premeditated, but did they think to turn the phone off in her iWatch first? Right? You got to think about that watch. If she's got that watch on, you gotta find that phone and that watch first and turn it off. Or are you going to, would they attack her first? You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. I don't know if she had the watch on though when she was sleeping. I mean,
True.
she could. But yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. And that might, well,
And yes,
do we know what time she left out of the door though? I mean, at 2:28 is when they disconnected the phone. That's when the pacemaker stopped. That's when it stopped. So
also, Retro is right. So if you are in trouble, that transponder will send a medical alert.
Oh.
And they will call and try to reach the person. And if they can't reach anybody, they will send medical out many times as well. So it makes me wonder if that phone was off first. This watch was off first as well. Very good point, Retro.
Yeah, very good point. Kind of like a life alert type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think all elderly needs one. It's like,
Oh, I agree. Shoot, I
it's
need
like
one.
$70 a month or something, which to me, I mean, it's not a lot, but to me, that's expensive for elderly people.
No, it should be free under their Medicaid.
I think maybe Medicaid might pay, or used to. I don't know. Might help. It depends. Maybe. I don't know. It seems that she would most likely take off the watch because she also didn't have her hearing aid on. That's a good point. Thank you for routine. Think about your routines when you sleep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Sounds Chris. Thank you so much. Sound. You mean like Chris. Thank you so much, my friend.
Yeah, I heard that on Alexa as well. So,
what's that?
Alexa. I heard that she had an Alexa. So that should have picked up something, unless that was considered as a camera that they busted too.
They're always listening.
Yeah, I don't even have one because my phone listens enough. Even your cable box listens to you. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, they all listen to you.
I don't have a cable box anymore.
We give up our privacy for convenience.
Oh, that's good, Jen. Exactly. We do. We give up our privacy for convenience. Absolutely.
Oh, that's good. That's good, Jen. It should be free.
It should absolutely be free. I mean, you work for it your whole life. You should.
I think things have been seen. I think that they're just, there's a saying that investigators say there's the investigation and then there's the investigation, right? And just because they're saying so much doesn't mean they don't know.
Sending them to the media. We're going to break down what's to glean from that with our law enforcement analyst later in the show. It's very interesting. She used the word celebrate with her. I mean, I think any Christian knows that's, in this context, could very well be a reference to a celebration of life that you might have after someone has passed. The whole tone of it sounded to me more like an acceptance that perhaps their mom is gone and that they will pay to receive her remains. That's just my own take on it. I could be totally wrong on that, but so we can celebrate with her. I mean, it's such an odd word if they're really like, no one thinks that if Nancy Guthrie is returned, there's going to be a massive celebration. We're going to celebrate. I mean, like that's clearly not what she meant. The graveness of her manner and that of her brother and sister, I mean, completely appropriately grave in that message and in their look and their tone and in what they said, to me was telegraphing, we know she's no longer alive, but we want her back. We want her remains. We want to give her a proper burial. We want to have a celebration of life. That's how I read it, but we'll ask our experts in just a bit. Over the weekend on Friday, there was a lot of activity in this case. On Friday night, authorities took possession of Nancy's blue Subaru from her garage. Very strange that it was still sitting in there. It's like the FBI got on scene last, Tuesday, and started to say, have we done a thorough search for all the evidence? Why is the victim's car still sitting in the garage? Well, she didn't drive it. Well, how do you know that? Was she possibly stored
I think they made
in
a
the
lot
car
of
for some period
mistakes.
of time when she was a captive? Maybe they considered removing
think
her
that's
from her garage with her own car. Who knows? I'm sure somebody got on scene and said, seems like something we might want to search for clues. And now they have. They've seized the car. Investigators reportedly also investigating a nearby Circle K convenience store in relation to either a person or vehicle of interest.
We have not heard anything else about that at all.
Yeah, nothing.
At all. And that they were there for a reason. They were certainly there for a reason. And they don't really say what it specifically was. Hey, Stacy, good to see you. Why didn't she drive over there, but she took an Uber? I mean, they said because she was allegedly, having a drink. But Ubers are expensive.
Yeah, it was probably, gosh, like $50 just to get there. So why didn't they pick her up? I mean, I can understand one of them's cooking dinner or something, and the other one could go pick her up.
It doesn't make
No,
sense.
I don't think so. I mean, all of her stuff was left behind.
I agree.
And why would we have this? I just find it odd that this person, like you have this fake person, well, not fake person, but this fake ransom note, right? From a guy that's in a band that has played at the same place as
Not in a van.
the
Oh,
brother.
a band. I'm sorry.
A band. Sorry, I apologize. Right. And he just sends a fake ransom note. At the same time, we have these real ransom notes going on.
Yep.
It's
Something's
just
up.
weird. And none of them go to where Savannah works. Like I don't understand that. Like none of them go to where Savannah actually works, which is
That's
so
cheap,
odd. I mean,
Melissa. $17 to go 8 miles in Florida. I went 2.5 miles and it was like 20 some dollars.
Yeah, same here. 3 miles. I had to pay over $25 for one way. I'm like, what?
Same.
But I also live in the middle of Nowheresville too. So
I was like, damn, this has okay. So this was about the septic tank.
oh yes, I've actually, yeah. So this person, you have it pulled up in front of you?
I've got it pulled up on there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You see it?
Yeah. So they just say the ones that they were searching yesterday, this is not the same system showing at Pima Sheriff Department searching in the 2 manholes yesterday. Different location, neighboring property, they're saying.
Neighboring property. Is that the small house?
Yeah, I'm gonna click on this link real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing I can think of.
So this
might
is,
be the
yeah,
small house.
because this is the one that she had put in 1991. Hold on.
Plant lady, they called or they texted, I believe. Well, the first one they sent, the fake one, the fake guy, and I
Yes,
very loosely, I don't think he's fake. I think there's more to it.
I do too. So he was the first person, right, to send the ransom note.
Mhm.
Don't you think that's just so weird? Like, he sent a ransom note before.
I can't get over it either.
Yeah, there's just too many links.
Mhm.
Well, coincidences. I'm not going to say
Mhm.
links. Just say coincidences.
She got to her daughters. The taxi man would confirm that. From there on, how do we know where she went from there? We don't.
Yeah.
Technically, we don't at
Mm-mm.
all. Did you see this? These were people coming praying.
Oh, yeah. From her church.
I don't know if it's from her church. But they went out there praying. Thought that was sweet. Okay.
I'm still interested in the septic search. I don't know.
The septic search?
Yeah, I mean, they have drone footage too that I thought was really interesting.
Well, I
While they
mean,
were searching.
the thing about it is, what does people do to get rid of evidence very quickly? They flush a lot of things if they can,
Flushed.
or they throw it directly in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So I'm wondering what could have been flushed down there, you know?
Yeah.
What did they find?
Mhm.
That's
About the crypto, listen to this right here.
as best I can. I was looking into Arizona, Tucson, you know, the surrounding areas, and I found 2 cases. There's this one here, was posted May 9th, 2025, and there's this one here that was posted February of 2026. And if you look at the headlines, both of them involve cryptocurrency.
That's true, Cindy.
Now,
That's true.
the thing about this that is the most interesting to me is that in both of these instances, it says that, so in this case, it says that another person was speaking directly to the young men through a phone call, which would lead you to believe that they were being instructed and talked through it. And now if we go to this Scottsdale home invasion that was also linked to a cryptocurrency plot, here it says the investigators believe the teens were extorted into the plot. Police caught the pair shortly after they fled the scene in the blue Subaru. Now, if we go here, so this is Arizona to Nevada. And so if we go back to on TMZ when they gave us sort of a rough map, I do believe that Nevada would be within that radius in terms of getting them back. So this is Catalina Foothills, which is roughly where the Guthrie house is. And this is White Hills, Arizona, where these teens brought their victim. And then this is Tucson to Scottsdale. It's about a 2.5-hour drive. So all of this to say, both of these cases involved cryptocurrency, both of them, you know, in a similar time frame, and both of them involve what appears to be somebody leading the charge, extorting the men into the crimes for the cryptocurrency. So that leads me to question, is the individual behind these 2 incidences, are they also involved in the Guthrie case? To me, it seems suspicious.
It's very suspicious. It's very, very suspicious, actually, that all of this is going on right now. Did CP move to Arizona? Will no. Whoever said that, statement about the statement being similar to Silence of the Lambs is correct. I looked it up. It is, but I don't think it's anything. I really don't. Yeah, Janie, we showed that just a little bit ago, my love. Good to see you. The pacemaker could be key to the timeline, especially if they see on an app a hiker in a hike in the heart rate. Yes. Makes the most sense I heard so far. Whose case is really messed up? I wish we all knew. They should have taken those tiles with them. They only taped take the tiles up. I think they probably got if it was from the nose or lungs, there would have been bubbles. It would have looked aspirative, perhaps. I wonder. A lot of times, I'm wondering if she could have. I want to know if they took her out the garage, out the front door, out the back door. I've even wondered, did she come to the front door? But I can't see an 84-year-old looking at.
Well, I don't think she came to the front door. I don't know. I think somebody was trying to take her out the front door, though.
I mean, they could have stopped the blood right there, but
yeah, and because it didn't go down the drive, it just ended right there. So maybe she tried to get away. I don't know.
Remember the movie Speed? They recorded a video of the people on the bus looking defeated when they made an escape. That's the vibe I got from the siblings in the second video. A lot of people was talking about how Annie kind of was like smiling a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like a forced.
Like that after.
Can one of the mods go to the other chat? Only if people are being like insane. They can have their opinions or whatever, but I guess they're saying that
Here, I'm a mod.
I took care of one of them. No, you're good. You're good. It has been exhausting, Sparks, and I just hope that tonight that it's over with at 5 o'clock. Wouldn't that be crazy? You arrested someone like right at 5 o'clock? Or 5:01?
I would love that, yeah. 5:01, yes. I agree. I want to know if Cash Patel's actually got there. Let me see if I can.
Beth says, I have a pacemaker defibrillator. When I first had it installed, I was told the battery would last 8 years. I'm due to have a battery replacement in 1 year if I don't. We don't want that, Beth. Oops, you cut out, babe.
Let's see.
Have they checked the Uber
did I?
driver?
Okay,
Yes,
I'm just looking at something.
They did check the Uber driver, and he was cleared, from what I understand. I think it would be a miracle if she's found alive.
I heard that.
She got her daughter. The taxi man would confirm that. From there on, how do we know where she went from there? Well, the blood would indicate that she made it there, right? I think she made it there. I think personally, in my opinion, that what happened was there was just something at dinner, and I think it just I wonder if even if there was an argument on the way home, or was there tensions on the way home? Like, I don't think it'll be much longer, babe. I really don't. Yeah, I found the smile very off. Maybe it means nothing, but it was odd. You would think that there would be a footprint in blood on the steps if it was covering the landing. I mean, it was a it wasn't a terribly lot of
Hmm.
blood, but, you're right. You're right. Um, as well. There's been, you really wanna know if there was blood inside the house as well. And you took the words out of my mouth, Melissa. I was saying I was gonna say there was other cases, uh, that blood can be staged as well. Um, it's a
Hmm.
rare,
Yes, it
but
could.
it does happen. It absolutely does happen. Does anyone know if the pacemaker, that use apps are accessible remotely by the provider? Um, some things are, it can be. It just depends on the device. Um, but usually they take, they usually do it in office, from what I understand. Did the car go into the garage to drop her off?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. To me, you know, um, is it a rarity for Nancy to go over there on the weekends? And I would want to know, like, what kind of games that they played, how long they played, what they ate, um,
Hmm.
all of that, what they talked about, um, the grandchild.
Hmm.
Did they interview even the grandchild to say, was there? I honestly don't think she came back home.
Exactly. Was the
Uh,
grandchild there?
I heard they do it all the time, but maybe that built up resentment. Blue Eyes, here's my number, baby.
Your number.
I'll text
I got
right
it.
there at the bottom, 307-228-49.
Oh,
Oops, that's not the one. Hold on. I got it right here. I think I do. Yeah,
I
you
got it
guys
right
can
here.
text me if you have any information. You'll be 100% anonymous, or you can email me 307-228-4906 or alljustice, the number 4, the letter U, at gmail.com. How do you feel about the latest video Savannah posted? I feel like she is defeated, and that she is, I feel like she knows. I feel like she knows. I mean, come on, Daphne, Chad.
Hmm.
If your brother or sister, if you were going through this, right? God forbid, heaven forbid, you
Yeah.
were going through this, and your brother or your sister was the last people to see your mother, and your husband or your wife dropped them off. Okay. And then there's a lot of talk about your husband or your wife very much potentially being involved. And you came in from out of town, and your brother came in from out of town, and you know, your sister, or who is married to, your brother-in-law, wouldn't there be a moment where you would say, "Hey, Annie, what's going on?" Would you say that to your brother? Would you say that to your sister or your?
Hmm.
Because I would,
I would ask
even
them
if
what
it's
happened last
uncomfortable.
night. Absolutely. I
But
would. I'd say, what happened? Was there an argument? Did something?
there are
How was
people
she
that
last
also,
night when you dropped her off?
just can't go there.
Hmm.
I would. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Seriously, there would be no reason to suffer at such a graceful age. Lord have mercy. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I think most of you are saying yes, I'd ask questions. I mean, I would think so too. I would think
I
so
would
too.
trying to get anything out of them because they were the last people to see her.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you would think. Hold on, let me check my text here.
What do we
What's that?
what do we think they were doing luminol on in the garage at
Blood.
Annie's house?
I mean,
Like,
blood.
well, yeah. So how
I mean,
would they how would they have blood at their house, right?
well,
Was it?
remember, criminals forget about their shoes.
Yes. Yes.
Criminals forget about their shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I don't, maybe just checking, perhaps, but I don't believe law enforcement. Okay, just think of this, guys. Think of this for a second. Law enforcement, because we ask this all the time. Well, hell, why didn't y'all take her car to begin with? Hell, why didn't y'all look at that camera in the mother-in-law suite? Law enforcement doesn't do shit without a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Without a reason. And the evidence has to be sending them there.
There has to be something. Now, they haven't made any arrest with that we know of, right?
Right.
From Annie's side of the family. Could they be threatened as well or something? Or could the person had one, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
what do you mean?
It makes me wonder, because if it all happened there, I mean, yes, the shoe thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could have, if allegedly, if they did something and the shoes were there in the garage, and usually most people leave their shoes in the garage or by the front door when they come home. I mean, what else could it be?
So, Tactical Bite says they consented to that, though. And you're
Yes, they did.
absolutely right. They did consent to that. But let me just say this. And it's great. It's great that people consent. They should. Nonetheless, I bet you my stars, they got a warrant regardless. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, because
if you don't consent and they have probable cause, they're getting it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just that simple. It makes you look better. It makes you look, oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm cooperating. I don't need anything, all of that. It does.
Also,
but still,
what is there that they didn't see the 2 other times they went there, right? Did someone admit to something, or I'm just speculating here. So
what do you
did they
mean?
admit? Like, for instance, they were in their house before they went to do luminol before. Wasn't
They
it
were
2
there
other
once?
times?
Yes,
Yeah,
they were
did
there
it?
once. No.
Yeah, they were there like 2 times, I think,
Okay.
prior to the luminol.
Law enforcement, if like they're going to go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's fine. I'm just
No,
wondering,
please.
was something cleaned up? Because we do have, I'm just allegedly, right? We do have someone that's a biology teacher that knows how to get rid of stuff, allegedly. If that's the case,
Law
there's a reason
enforcement.
why they did luminol.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Law enforcement will go there, to check the basis or whatever, but they don't go back unless something is sending them back.
Yeah, because think about it, Justin. Like, they did go over to check on her, right? They went over there to check on her.
Yeah.
Annie and her husband. So Yeah, if they were checking their tennis shoes and stuff from them going, they would have done that the first day, you would think. Because they were like, oh yeah, because we're the ones that went over there to check on her, and there was, stuff all over, and we don't know if we stepped on anything in the house or stepped on blood. So you would think that they would just take their shoes to check for DNA or something like that, or any kind of particulates they might have picked up in her house when they were checking on her. I mean, did they walk all in the house when they went to go check on her before calling 911? They waited that hour. Was it an hour before they called?
Yep. It was an hour before they
That's
called.
a long freaking time. Like we were just talking about.
It's a long time. It's a long time.
Sorry, I'm just throwing out
I mean, to be honest with you, like if the moment, like if they got there and they saw hearing aid, car there, wallet, phone, watch.
They should have seen the blood at the front door. Would have been the number one red flag.
Well, I mean, again, look at this. Look at this right here.
So they must have had a key to get in.
Law enforcement arrived shortly after hold on. On the morning of February 1st, a friend of Nancy Guthrie's contacted the victim's family and notified them that Nancy Guthrie had not attended church that morning. At approximately noon on February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie's family entered her residence and determined that she was missing and reported her disappearance to law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived shortly after and determined that Nancy Guthrie had left basic essentials inside of her home, including her wallet, her car, cell phone, hearing aid, and medication. Nancy Guthrie's blood was found on the outside of the residence near her porch. If you got to your 84-year-old mother's home and maybe you didn't go through the front door, right? Maybe you went through the garage door or whatever. It also shows that the family had access to get inside.
There you go.
And that's a very important point because if a family or a friend or someone potentially hired, they have access. And that's a very important, if someone got in of the night, if you know what I mean, right?
I would have asked for a key too, but they said that somebody broke in too. They said, wasn't it that somebody not broke in? They didn't use those words. They used
forced entry.
Forced entry. There you go.
Did they say that?
I want to say they did, but then
I don't remember forced entry. Did they say forced entry, chat?
I'm sure they said that. But then I can't find anything else about it. Let me look again. I swear they did.
No forced entry. I don't remember any forced entry at all. You want to check on that? Let's check on that.
Yeah, because I thought I did, and then
I don't remember forced entry, but I could be wrong. Because you don't see any windows. You see cameras broken and lights broken. Yeah.
It says yes, investigators found signs, but this is AI. Do I have an article? Hold on one second.
Yeah, you need a source for that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, April. Appreciate you, my love. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you, my dear.
Okay. CNN. Here, I'm going to send this to you, this article.
Okay.
Because my internet's being wonka.
You want to just, you can.
What? My internet's being wonky.
Does it send a twist in email? It's a twist.
A twist. This is like, so. Okay. It said Nano.
Investigators detail new timeline in Nancy Guthrie's case. Where does it? Do you remember where it says?
I just sent it to you. Yeah.
I got it, but I'm just trying to see like what part of the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Nanos addressed reports that there had been signs of forced entry at the home. He declined to confirm details, but did not rule it out. Quote, I have no clue where that came from. Nano said, we have been very consistent. We are not discussing all of that.
See, remember that's why my brain was like, wait a minute, was there or was there not? But I remember hearing it, but he went back on it.
Yeah.
So
that was February 5th, 2026, 2:42 p.m. CNN. Sheriff does not rule out forced entry in Nancy Guthrie case. Investigators are not discussing whether there was forced entry in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Pima County Sheriff's Chris Nano said Thursday, pushing back on reports suggesting authorities had made a determination. Quote, I have no clue where that came from, end quote. Nano said, we have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all, whether it is forced or not forced entry. See, I personally don't believe it's forced entry at all.
I don't either. I think someone used a key, and that key should be checked for fingerprints and stuff on it too.
You are right, Lisa.
Back door wide open. I remember that too. It's like that.
But wide open doesn't mean forced entry necessarily.
Oh yeah,
right.
The
forced entry is something broken.
Yes, exactly, like broken window or jar. Yeah.
Yeah, but that can be disturbing evidence or property
destruction
damage,
of property.
Property, She is barely able to walk and is going to take a while to get to the door. Who is going to open a door for?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
it makes me wonder if her cell phone, if it alerted her, because even without a subscription, if she had on the alert, she had it turned on, it should have still alerted her that somebody was at the door, or one of the cameras should still have alerted her. And I wonder if she got up, went to the front door, and that's where the blood came from. But yeah, the back door was wide open. And yeah.
I think the church story is made up as well. Where was that about the church story being where they called it? I wish I could find that, but
we showed that the other day, didn't we? The church
I think
story.
this one came out last night. But when you got to think about
some of those doorbell.
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying someone had said some of those doorbell cameras will say you are now being recorded.
This is
even when they're, so that.
Okay. We're going to come back to this. This is new. We're in uncharted territory. It says brand new.
America reports the story with Martha, who's never boring. Starts right now.
Continues by Nancy Guthrie's potential abductors would be just 4 hours from right now. A very tight window, if indeed that is a real deadline. Now, TMZ reporting, quote, a Bitcoin account allegedly set up to accept funds in exchange for Nancy was still sitting empty this morning. Law enforcement activity at Nancy's home and her daughter Annie's home happening over the weekend, and Savannah and her family making another heartbreaking plea for their mother.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yeah, everybody just looking at that word for word, trying to discern the messages that are in this for these potential kidnappers. But there are so many big questions looming in this story. Former FBI Special Agent Jonathan Gilliam is going to join us in just a moment. He has some very interesting thoughts on what's at play here. And Fox is live on the ground in Tucson. Former prosecutor Joshua Ritter is standing by. But first, let's go to senior correspondent Alicia Acuna, who has been digging into this case very closely on the scene. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Martha. Regarding that TMZ report that the Bitcoin address attached to the ransom note has not received funds, they write, quote, "It is unclear how long it typically takes for accounts to update. But as of now, the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account stands at zero with no transactions recorded." But remember, there was a second note that was sent, but only to one local TV station. That note has not been made public, and it is entirely possible the person who wrote it gave a new and different Bitcoin address. The Guthrie say they will pay. And if and when that happens, it's not long before the recipient gets their money.
When you want to transfer Bitcoin around the world, it's going to take you anywhere from about 10 minutes to 1 hour, depending upon the amount and the speed in which you've asked for this to go, for it to get from one place to the next place. It's still an open-ended question about whether this is traceable or not. It can be at times, sometimes it's not.
Investigators had a very busy weekend. Sunday afternoon, our Fox flight team shot this video of two members of law enforcement in the back of Nancy Guthrie's home, probing what looked like a septic tank. They were there for about an hour. On Saturday night, our Fox digital team was at Annie Guthrie and her husband's home when authorities arrived. This happened around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went inside, and flashes of light, like what you get from a camera, could be seen coming from both the garage and another room in the house. And from what we understand, Martha, the family was not there at the time, but law enforcement was there for about 2.5 hours. Martha?
A lot of questions. All of that raises, Alicia, thank you very much. With that, we bring in Jonathan Gilliam, former FBI special agent, worked on criminal and counterterrorism squads, and also served as a Navy SEAL. Jonathan, it's good to have you with us. Thank you very much for
good to be with you,
joining
Martha.
us today. So, what stands out to you, at this point? We're just a few hours away. You hear this word that there's no money in this one account. One reference to U.S. dollars, making some people think
Thank you, butterflies.
Actor, if indeed there is somebody, who is an abductor here. What do you make of all of it right now, Jonathan?
Well, I've been saying all week that we definitely have one crime that occurred. We know that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped or was removed from that house, and that there was some violence that occurred there. We still don't know if, in this day and age, with AI and with the ability of people to scam people online, we still don't know if this ransom is real. Now, the FBI potentially or most likely knows more than we do in the local law enforcement, but I've said all along, AI, we look online and we see AI videos of things that just aren't real, but look absolutely real. So it's hard to tell. We're in uncharted territory here when it comes to these types of crimes. These Bitcoin kidnappings happen all the time in other countries like Mexico or someplace like that, but they are overt with what they want, and they have open communication, and they show proof of life typically. The way this is going now is that we still don't know the reality of Nancy Guthrie and who these people are that are trying to extort these millions from Savannah Guthrie and her family. So it's a very perplexing place that we're in. But what would be very interesting, if the deposit goes through and the transaction goes through, this will be an amazing thing to watch the FBI and to see how they react globally and to see if they can track this.
Yes. I think about other old kidnapping cases.
I got to
We're
show
gonna go
you
into some
something
detail
right
on
after
some of
this.
these in a moment, but
A message.
where bags of money were exchanged. In one very high-profile case, they asked for $10 bills. In this case, you've got this request for USD, but you obviously would not want to release the money until you knew, you wouldn't want to hit send on that money, on that Bitcoin, until you knew that you would have the release of this person. And it, from what we know, and I hope there's more at work here, they don't have any of that kind of proof yet.
Right. We haven't been told, and not that we would be told, but we haven't seen any open lines of communication. We've seen these back and forth through letters or emails that go to news organizations and then social media posts by the Guthries. So it's just a very uncertain thing when you are at this point, because if this is some kind of a scam like you see with from India, you see those types of money scams. From Nigeria, you see a lot of scams from there. if that's what this is, then that $6 million is going to go away and nobody will still know where Nancy Guthrie is. The other problem is if it is real, we may still not know.
Yeah. There's a lot at play here. And going back to Alicia's reporting about the FBI going back to Annie Guthrie, the sister's home, and Alicia reported that it was understood that that no one was home
I don't
at
think
that
we released
residence,
it.
but that there were flashes going off, pictures being taken in the garage and other parts of the house. What does that tell you, Jonathan?
Well, it tells me that they're looking at particular things. I mean, they are now focusing. They went back to Nancy's house several times. And so they're either buttoning up things that they didn't actually look at earlier in the investigation, or they are acting on evidence or tips that they may have gotten. And so the fact that they're at those two places, I mean, her daughter and her husband were the last two people to see her and to drop her off. So it's not unrealistic that law enforcement would go back there and that they would become a suspect of this. But for them to go back now and photograph things, they're going in with equipment that looks through cell phones and computers. It tells me that there are some investigators, most likely, that are keying in on them for one or more reasons.
Boom.
Wow. All right, we will watch.
I'm telling you, the media's coming around, and the sun's blinding me. I'm so glad the sun's blinding.
Justin.
Huh?
Oh gosh. Yeah, put some. Oh, I see that. Yeah, my son is down. My son's down. Yeah. So think about this. If they wanted that Bitcoin so badly, they could even do if they no longer had her, right?
Right.
Or if they didn't even have her at all, they can do an AI photo. They could even do something, right? Like they could have took a picture when they first
a damn picture against a plain Jane wall, and you can fix the metadata.
I don't think they had her.
They don't
I don't think they have her at all.
No.
They don't have her. No.
No.
She's got it. They do not have her. They would have sent something.
Hell yes, they would have. Look at this, guys. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. Something's up with that. That's why it hasn't been sent either.
Did y'all see this right here? Oh shit, I got Megyn Kelly up here, not Megyn Kelly. I apologize, Fox.
Yeah, I don't think they have her.
Watch this.
Oh, the dispatch?
No. This right here. Look at this. Did y'all see this? This was someone wrote. So this could be nothing, but I went on Savannah's Facebook profile and scrolled through some older posts and came across one of her and her mom back in the day with a caption saying, "I love you, mama." And then I started reading the comments and came across the guy, Marcus Gonzalez, commentating on the post 18 hours ago. Also, it is weird that is in all capital letters. What does this mean? Could this be a message from the kidnapper? I don't think so, but it says, it says down here, "Don't forget tomorrow."
Yeah, like to send the money or something. Because tomorrow's the deadline.
Like
today's
that's
the
freaking
deadline.
creepy. That's creepy. This was way back, by the way, on one of her posts that they posted. I mean, look, the rest of these posts, look at the rest of the posts are 38 weeks ago. And this one was 18 hours ago. This was a post from way back when she posted.
Weird.
Is it true he has power of attorney means? So last night we showed power of attorney between Annie, and Tommaso. But we don't know if she has power of attorney, if they have power of attorney over her. I have no idea. But it wouldn't surprise me because they're the closest.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? I think random notes and things. Yeah. It is creepy, but it could be someone just yelling not to forget to pay ransom because, yeah, you're right, Baffled. It could be. There's a lot of creeps out there, and that's just the truth. There's just I'm sure they do need to see it, and they do need to. I'm sure that they will kind of check up on that as well. But it's just interesting that it was this was from May 11th, 2025, 39 weeks ago, and this is 18 hours. Oh, I forgot to show you guys that car they sold.
Oh yeah, that's right. Last summer, right? You said
This past summer.
yeah. That's good.
So what this guy just said here on Fox is very interesting. He thinks they're combing in on him.
Over the next couple of hours, we're definitely in a new world with AI and Bitcoin and all of these very untransparent ways of communicating, everything being done on social media instead of phone calls. So we'll see, Jonathan, where this whole tragic situation goes. We hope it ends well. Jonathan Gilliam, thank you very much.
Martha, this is a very
Oh, I wish I heard the last thing that he said there, but obviously this is a very serious situation. We're grateful to Jonathan Gilliam, former SEAL, former FBI special agent, joining us now, joining us moments ago. All right, so reports of a 24-hour FBI command post in Arizona as investigators hunt for suspects or persons of interest. They still say they have no suspect and no person of interest. Does that mean that that is the case? Or are they protecting some information that they have? All big questions here. Former federal prosecutor and Fox News contributor Josh.
Someone from the FBI that is familiar with this close came on earlier. Thank you, Cassie. I will. And they said that there is a lot of information that they are keeping to the vest. And she was from the FBI.
Oh, yeah, of course they are. They're not wanting it to get out.
Okay. Let me show you this. Back in June 14th, 2025, look at this right here. I'm going to pull this up.
What do you think is going to happen if they don't send that ransom money tonight? Do you think that you don't think? Do you think they'll try to send another
after 5 o'clock tonight? So, Northwest Tucson cars for sale. Annie Guthrie, June 14, 2025. One owner, low miles, no accidents, clean title, leather seats, sunroof, seat warmers.
Was that a Prius?
No, it's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra limited sedan, 38,000.
Oh, I see it on the bottom. Okay, thank you. I need new glasses.
So they sold this back in. I think the family knows mom is no longer with them. I do too. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
Oh, what kind of? Hold on. Wait a second. Wait a cotton picking minute here. So now they have. Let me show you this. I'm going to come straight back to this because this is very interesting right here. But look at this. This was them the other day, and they're in a Honda. Now, I don't know, maybe I'm being a little judgmental here, but
that's just
I don't understand why they were hiding their faces.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
You know what I mean? Just a simple wave.
He looks like he's pinching his nose.
To the media. Oh, guys, I got the rest of that criminal complaint. Hold on. We're going to have to go over here. Okay, I got the rest of it. Look at this.
Yeah, the criminal complaint.
Yeah. Okay, counts. On February 4th, shortly after, okay, the daughter and son-in-law, counts 1 and 2. On February 4th, 2026, shortly after the video was published. Hold on, no, wait,
What? I saw a VoIP call.
Oh, wait, sorry, this is the wrong one. I think, no?
That's for Derek. Right?
What is this? I can't remember what this is for.
That's for Derek. The guy that has the band.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry, wrong one. I apologize. Wrong one. Look at this. Did you see this picture? I put it on my thumbnail, but it's weird.
Yeah, it is strange. I mean, but yeah, that scares me.
Pinching nose and hiding mouth. Plus the sunglasses way. There's rumor that his beard may be different now. Like could have even allegedly shaved it, I've heard. Which, to be honest with you, if I was him and they were, like the entire world knows his face right now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So pretty much anywhere he goes, he would
stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
Yeah. A sore thumb.
Yeah. We've heard he's still MIA in a hotel somewhere.
And this is Annie at like a Halloween thing.
Oh, yeah. This past Halloween.
I'll get back to the Fox thing in just a second, but trying to get through some of this stuff here that I've got. Someone wrote, on Thursday and Sunday, I showed up at Nancy's home and looked for a search party, but there was none. In my opinion, Ransom Note must have been specific enough to consider it valid, or why hasn't there been one major search party in 8 days? Now it's 9 days. And if she's missing, why do we not know what she was wearing? Again, I said that earlier.
Yeah.
Anyways, just my thoughts. The pictures were from behind all the houses, the wash. I'm in Facebook jail, meaning that I'm not allowed to reply. But
what?
Someone said they were in Facebook jail after writing something. But
oh yeah, this is the
this is behind the houses here.
There's a good drone footage that is out. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
It's from Fox. They put it out yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one?
Is it the? Maybe I have. I can see. You want to send it to me?
Yeah, I gotta.
Oh, yes. Look at this. This is. Damn. One second. Let me pull this one back up here. This is behind her house. Not her house. This isn't her house. Is it? Is this her house?
It looks like the area, but it looks like where they were at. Hold on. It may be on the side of her house.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's the side of her house. Wait. That's weird. They have an AC unit on the...
Was someone possibly familiar with drawing Nancy's blood for some reason?
Yeah.
I mean, planting droplets does happen, but I would be
Yeah.
surprised. That's right. It's the mother-in-law's wing. Thank you, Vicky.
Yeah.
Just an FYI, Savannah also dressed as a witch on Halloween. Yeah. Doesn't
It's
make it
just
weird at all. No. No, but Annie, from what I have read, allegedly is like maybe perhaps Wiccan, like the
which is strange because her mom and sister and brother are, well, I don't know about the brother, but are very active in the church, it seems like. Because remember what Savannah said? She said that
well, you
God
know,
was.
the person that, you know, remember what they said, the text message I got earlier. I read some of it out earlier, but
yeah, I mean, I mean, it doesn't mean anything either.
Have I ever
One
dressed
can
as
just
a
have different
witch? I don't
beliefs.
think I've ever dressed as a witch.
I don't think I have either. I dressed as Michael Jackson one year. I was like, I loved Michael Jackson as a kid. I did. I loved Michael Jackson as a kid.
We grew up, we went to high school together. Annie was goth and a rug user. She was weird. See, look at this. This is interesting. So, because you know the text message I got earlier. And I shared it with some of you guys about someone I know, her that's out there. Her husband went to school with Savannah and Annie. What happens if you don't pay the ransom today? What happens? That's a good question. I mean, this is the thing. The ransom wasn't paid the one time either.
Yeah.
But
they don't have her. They don't have her. They can't show proof of life, and that's what the FBI is trying to put the ball in their court, right?
Yeah.
That's why they're saying proof of life, or you're not getting anything.
I love it.
And they haven't come up with that because they haven't shown or proven themselves to be worthy, in my opinion.
This David says we went to high school together. Annie was goth, and he says a rug user, which there's nothing to point that out. I want to make that clear. He says that she was also eccentric as well. He says weird, but that was 40 years ago. Yeah.
Me down the road. Did you see what that said? He grew up down the road. Is that the same house that they grew up in? Because it seems like it is.
They've been there since the 70s.
Yeah, 75, I believe it shows. She tried to sell it in the early 2000s, it looks like.
I think
maybe,
it was
showed that on
at the time. I think it was after her husband died.
Yeah, and then they must have talked her into keeping it, maybe.
Okay, let me get back to this thing because this FBI agent speaks on this.
Okay.
Sure, Ritter.
Oh, no. Wrong one.
Yeah.
Maybe
or
not.
she didn't want to sell.
What's that?
I was just reading somebody's comment, because I just thought that was strange that she looked like put up for sale and then didn't sell it. Let me look that up again.
It's common. Sometimes people change their mind, I guess.
Or and that around that time, I remember the housing market crashed too. 2008, remember?
Oh, that was the crash, the bubble.
Yep, that was the crash. 2008, 2009. So she probably was like, "Oh hell no!" Because we're doing all the high risk mortgage rates.
Yeah. So this is just coming out from the Today Show, which is obviously the network that, or the show that Savannah works
trying to find answers more than a week now since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing from her Tucson home. Over the weekend, the FBI and sheriff's deputies again extensively searching Nancy's property, yesterday examining what appears to be a septic tank in her backyard, and earlier on the weekend, towing a car out of her garage believed to be Nancy's. Authorities also searching the home of her daughter, Annie, a spokesperson saying that...
Can you imagine how weird it would be reporting on your coworkers, not only life, but like her mom, and the uncomfortable situation
Oh, I know.
of
I couldn't imagine that.
what's going on like that, because you got to report it accurately and fairly, right? But that's going to be really awkward.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the dog passed away in December. You could even see it was the black poodle, I believe, in the family photo. It's sad.
No, you're not going to pay if there's
was part of the normal course of their case. As investigators continue to search, on Saturday, Savannah posted a new video along with her siblings with this message for their mom's possible captors.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
Oh,
This is very
guys, I've got a message coming in right now about Tommaso, someone that knows him.
valuable to us, and we will pay.
3 officials tell NBC News this video is in response to a new note that was sent Friday to a local Tucson TV station. The station saying the message did not include
that I've
proof
heard
of
tickled me.
life. NBC News has not seen the new note, and authorities
Okay, that it did not have proof of life.
response to a new note that was sent Friday to a local Tucson TV station. The station saying the message did not include proof of life. NBC News has not seen the new note, and authorities are still trying to verify if it was actually sent by whoever sent an original ransom note last week to the same TV station and other news outlets. It's also still unclear if either note was actually sent by the people behind Nancy's disappearance. The Pima County Sheriff's Office saying there's still no suspect or person of interest in the case. On Sunday, at the church where Nancy worships,
We pray for Nancy's rescue and her release.
the pastor delivering this prayer for her safe return.
And Lord, may she sense deep in her soul our prayers and our love right now, and prayers from this nation and all around the world.
And as the search continues, investigators are continuing to pour through all of the traffic camera footage in the area. They're looking at surveillance footage from local businesses. A spokesperson for Circle K says that law enforcement showed up at one of their gas stations because of a tip about a possible vehicle of interest there. But at
Thank you so much, April. But I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's a conflict of interest if you're just reporting on what the reporting is, though.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
It's not.
I don't know. It would be hard, though. It would be hard, though. You're right. Thank you so much, love. I just can't imagine.
this time, there is still no confirmed vehicle of interest. And as you guys know, no suspect now 9 days into this search. Craig.
All right, Liz Court's Force there, starting us off from Tucson. Liz, thank you. Also, following the investigation for us, NBC's national law enforcement intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, we'll get to the vehicle that Liz mentioned in just a moment. Let's start with that video that Savannah posted over the weekend. Third video, heart-wrenching. What can we glean from that particular video, in terms of where the investigation is?
Sure. I think it's important to note what that video doesn't say as much as what it does say. And that video doesn't talk about any sort of deadline today. I know people are focusing on a potential deadline this afternoon, 5 o'clock this afternoon. What's going to come of that? Because that was referenced in the first note. There's no longer any discussion of that. There's a discussion about bring Nancy home to us so we can have a celebration with her. There is no further requests for proof of life.
Holy crap.
So when you look at this video, you say,
I got some, like I said, I've got some stuff about Tommaso coming in, but then that guy on the profile, more stuff on him that it gets even weirder. right after this.
What was in that second note? I have not personally seen it,
So
but it does
weird.
appear that there's been a shift here, or at least a shift in messaging. So we note that. And then, as Liz said in her piece, and really this is the big challenge, we cannot stress this enough, the FBI has not come out, the sheriff has not come out and said that they have tied back this second note from the alleged kidnappers, perhaps, to the first note, or back to this taking of Nancy Guthrie out of her home against her will at all. So that's still part of the investigation. We are told they used very sophisticated means to be able to kind of hide who originally sent this email or this message. It's very difficult.
So with all this going on, we saw investigators at Nancy's house, at her daughter Annie's house. What are they looking for, do you think?
So our understanding of the investigation at this point is this is just a check under every single carpet, behind every single bush, check every single thing that you can, conduct additional searches. You know, they take photography based on my experience in the past with these investigations. They'll fly over a residence. They'll say, hey, did we look behind this? Or maybe we should seize that and just, you know, double check for any sort of fingerprints and bring it back to our labs and see if there's a chance we can go deeper on it. So that appears to be part of the work. Now, the search at Annie Guthrie's home was a consent search. That was not something where somebody went to a judge. There was some sort of a suggestion of a possible crime, and they needed to go forward with that. I think that's important to remember because, again, they've said, look, there's no suspects that have been identified, no persons of interest identified, but the last people to see Nancy Guthrie were Annie and her husband. They were the ones that dropped her off, and so I think there's a focus there of, like, let's just start at the very beginning and see if there's anything here that we can derive from it. Same thing with taking Nancy Guthrie's car out of the house on Friday night.
Let's go back to what Liz mentioned here, this vehicle of interest. They go to this gas station nearby to ask about something. Maybe they saw on a surveillance camera there.
Yes, Cinderella.
What does that tell you?
That's
so
next.
What law enforcement is trying to do right now is look for any single clue, because this investigation has gotten very challenging. There is not a lot of clues that are being derived from the evidence. There doesn't appear to be a heck of a lot of evidence either. And so that's really a challenge at this stage of the investigation. So obviously looking for any sort of cars that are on the streets at 2:30 in the morning. This is not a tremendously populated area. There's a lot of street cameras that they have. They've gotten video from that. And so you look and you say, why is that vehicle out at 2:30 in the morning? Now, that might be somebody making deliveries. That might be somebody who knows something about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. And so you want to run that to ground. And so that's our understanding of this lead, is that they say, what's that vehicle out and about? Not maybe a vehicle that we normally see in the area. Can we get some more information on that? Who owns the vehicle? And start to work an investigation from there. It may turn out to be a helpful lead that we're talking about over the next couple of days. It might turn out to be nothing. And that's really where we are. I think it underscores the state of the investigation at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay. So message about Tommaso. Someone saying that they know him. And here's the message. Again, this is not our points of view on this. This is what someone has written about, claiming that they know Tommaso was and is a opportunistic who loved bomb Annie from day one. Nancy tried to intervene and cut Tommaso financial ticket off as of January 2026. Holy shit.
And January 2026 is when it spiked up. Remember, someone searching her in the middle of January.
Yes.
Wow. Coincidence? I don't know.
Okay. Tommaso and Annie met in a different country and married in 9 months, and he moved to the States. Tommaso loves the finer things in life and investing in high risk ventures.
There you go.
Annie built her wealth from real estate and was a more stable one. Tommaso blew through their finances on bad crypto investments, which caused Annie to separate from him. Tommaso couldn't stand Annie because she was too controlling with everything, and that he was resentful toward Nancy because she was interfering in the marriage, and held the purse strings to get them both out of their financial mess. Actually, Nancy seen right through Tommaso right from the beginning. Annie spent all of her savings on her lavish wedding.
Well, I just showed Justin some things, and they bought some real estate in Florida, and they just bought that home in Arizona where they live around the same time. That's proof right there with the deeds. I mean, buying properties and stuff. Bitcoin. Eek.
Okay, let's go through that before I get to the next thing, because the next thing I have is that guy who wrote something cryptic from 39 weeks ago, but there's more to that. But let's go through this first, right? I do want to say that Daphne and I cannot independently verify this. This was sent in a group that says someone in here commented on about the son-in-law. I won't identify it because they may want to lay low and didn't answer a follow-up question last I checked. Okay.
But you could probably definitely the real estate, because I can actually see the deeds where they just purchased a home in Florida and they just got the one in Arizona.
Yes.
March.
Yes.
Right here. Got it right here.
Is an opportunistic who loved Bomb Annie from day one. I mean, it's no secret that some people will marry Americans I'm not saying this happened, but they will marry Americans so they can get citizenship as well. Right.
Now we heard he's Italian. What country did they meet in?
I think they met in Italy.
Let me look it up.
Really? Good luck with that, Alex.
Nothing.
Someone being a dumbass. Nancy tried to intervene and cut Tommaso's financial ticket off of January 2026. Tommaso and Annie met in a different country and married in 9 months. And I mean, it seems very specific that that they know that they married in 9 months. But and then they moved. He moved to the States. Tommaso loves the finer things in life and investing in high risk ventures. Now that has me interested. I don't know. I go straight back to the guy who got arrested. Daph, your camera froze, babe. And because he's into all of these investments and stuff, but he scammed $400 and some thousand. Whereas Annie built her wealth from real estate. We do know that they have real estate because we looked at it yesterday.
Yes.
So this person, in my opinion, knows something, I think, a little bit, allegedly. But again, we can't confirm it here because we don't.
Can't confirm, but it's
right. Annie built her wealth from real estate and was more the stable one. Tommaso blew through their finances on bad crypto investments, which caused Annie to separate from him. Tommaso couldn't stand Annie because she was too controlling with everything, and he was resentful toward Nancy because she was interfering in his marriage and held the purse strings to get them both out of their financial mess. actually, Nancy seen right through Tommaso, right from the beginning. Annie spent all of their savings on her lavish wedding.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep. That's right, Mitch. There's nothing, the Bitcoin, and I don't think it's coming.
Hmm.
I don't think it's
I don't think so either.
How
They
long,
can't. Yeah, they can't show proof. Nothing.
how long did they wait before searching for Nancy? Because most cases instantly they instantly started looking as soon as they called.
Freaking weird.
So very, very interesting, this going on, allegedly.
Hmm. It is very interesting.
There hasn't been he's been in the States for 20 years, 20 some years. He's got to be, more, he knows people. Got to. And he's always in the band scene and all that. Okay. So remember earlier I showed you this Savannah Guthrie on May 2nd, 2025, 7 weeks ago or more. Always a good time. Friday, Craig's bestie surprised him and golf royalty. This Marcus wrote Don't Forget Tomorrow. Right? But they also wrote it April 17th, 2025. Again, Don't Forget Tomorrow. And they wrote it May 11, 2025. Don't Forget Tomorrow.
Just think that's, yeah.
And they wrote it April 11th, 2025. Don't Forget Tomorrow. 42 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's weird.
April 14, 2025.
And under that,
Uh-huh.
and under that post, let me see her post.
Here's 25 weeks ago, June 19, 2025. Don't Forget Tomorrow.
I was just seeing the post she posted about and why that, yeah. Huh.
Right there?
Yeah. The Cannon's Lions. Where is that?
It's like the older ones.
Yeah, that's strange.
It could be just some weirdo. Lots
Yeah.
of those. Because she's always on the Today Show. What do you mean, Mama Mimi? Oh, like as a joke? Like as a joke? Don't Forget Tomorrow because she's on the Today Show? Maybe.
Yeah, and then they never sent a ransom note to the Today Show. You would think if it was directed right at the family, you'd send it to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's something up with that. I feel like
if this is true, then this is going, in my opinion, it would be financially motivated. Right. If high risk ventures, we know that they had at least 2 properties, right? One in Florida, right, Daff?
Yeah.
One in Florida and one down the road from where they live.
Yeah, they just bought it. Well, they have to have 3 because then they bought it. There was another one too that you showed that was next to one that was fuzzed out. Remember you showed it?
No.
There was one that was a completely different property. They have the brown house now, that ranch style home, which they purchased last year. Then they purchased one in Pinellas County, Florida, which is what, Tampa? last year. And then they purchased, remember the other one? Remember you looked at it yesterday and you were looking for a vehicle there, a certain vehicle.
Oh, that's
And
the one
then,
I was talking about. Which
yeah.
one? I'm trying to think of the third one.
So the one you showed yesterday is the third one, but I don't know where that's at.
So, okay, one in Florida.
Yes, one in
Well,
Florida.
and then their house too.
Yes,
Okay.
the one they live in now. So
Okay.
those two are new. They just bought them within the past year, which we know the prices of homes have been, the interest rates and everything are skyrocketed right now, especially last year before the rates dropped. Best time to buy would have been in 2020. I mean, yeah, they've dropped now, but not last year. They were still high. So they bought 2 properties last year. I don't know the one you showed yesterday when they bought that one. But I mean, she's an investor. I mean, with real estate, then I mean, that's.
They're definitely not going to pay. They're going to be able to see Tommaso's, if he's they're going to look at their entire financial portfolio.
Oh,
right?
yeah, of course.
They're going to look if he's ever done any like crypto, anything like this, if he was in trouble.
Any losses lately?
This person says that they separated at a point. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that they legally separated, but they, some people could say took a break or whatever.
I just feel with Bitcoin plummeting within the last month, and then now this person is asking for Bitcoin, and then we're hearing all these stories about like what you're showing now is just too coincidental. Just from the standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, think about what happened with the Bitcoin thing the other day and the guy being arrested. And again, he's in a band, a grunge band, just like him. He's been in Arizona at the same bar that this guy has been in.
The Royal.
They kind of have the same style as far as like the music, the names of the songs.
Yeah, it's like, like not one's not rap and one's country. They're in this, you know what I mean? It might be a little bit different than grunge. It's a different type of rock or metal or whatever you want to call it.
So it's it's due it's 6:10 on the East Coast, 5:10 for it's what 3:10?
3:10 there, yeah. So there's still another hour and 40 minutes.
Is it what is it? Are they hold on. What?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out.
County. Let me check. It's 4:14. There.
They're 3 hours
4:11.
behind.
Nope, they're 2.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay.
Yep. I thought it was 2 the other day, but yeah, they're 2. So 4:11. So we got like 49 minutes left. 49 minutes.
Wow.
CST, and they're an hour behind me. So it's likely coming to a close. Let me see here 1 second. I'm getting something in here.
Looking for something. I'm looking for something too. Let's see.
Blood on doors. Oh, she had an Amazon package. I never knew that.
Yeah, I heard that too about the Amazon. Something was on the doorstep.
Yeah. The Derek Catalina with intent to transmit a demand for ransom. 1 second. I still think this guy is weird as hell.
I do too.
Give me 1 second, guys. I got some stuff rolling in here. I need to pull this down as I got to do something. 1 second.
I hate these AI things.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, no, take your time.
And
I want you guys to put a 1 or 2 in the chat. So with this information here on the screen, and then knowing that, do you think it's a coincidence that with the band information, how the first guy with the ransom was, he's in a band, right? And kind of same genre music as the husband here. And they've played at the same venue, not the same venue like together, but the same place. It's called the Royal, right? It's in Arizona. Now, I couldn't find if they played at the same time or if one opened for another or anything like that. Do you think that's a coincidence, or do you think it's just it's nothing? 1 for coincidence, 2 for nothing.
You know, I don't like conspiracies or anything like that, but I swear it's going to, something's back on that.
Has to.
I really think it's going to come back on that.
I
Okay.
agree with you.
Also, the gas station
Yeah.
police went to
Okay.
get security.
1.
Okay. Did Brian do something here? Wait a second, guys.
Yeah, it's all weird. It's all
Someone
strange.
wrote that Brian, or not Brian. Look what they wrote here. Let me show you.
Yeah, Lori, because I honestly don't believe that they have her. And I don't think, I don't know. Why didn't they take a picture when they first got her? I don't understand. You know, if they were gonna set up this whole ransom thing. So that's what it makes me feel like this ransom is not even real at some point. It's just a cover. It's like a distraction from somebody.
Did y'all see this?
Like I don't know.
Knew this is strange. In the Nancy Guthrie case at Brian Enter reports that Tommaso has not been seen since last Tuesday. Also, the gas station police went to get security footage was right by Annie Guthrie's house and not Nancy's house. Right. We knew that. How convenient. How convenient.
I heard something about a Circle K on dispatch too around that time. I couldn't make it out though, but they were talking about the Circle K.
Better not be another Brian Laundrie case. I cannot handle it. I can't take it. I mean, he starts running. They know where he's at though. I know because I had some information that he was in a hotel by himself, but I don't even know what to say. Like, is he running? I mean, not running. I don't want to say he's running, but is he? What's the word I'm looking for? Is he
Hiding out? I don't know. But
you know, he
really.
seems like what if this becomes too much for him? You know what I mean?
Like nothing to lose.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what if it becomes too much and he, I don't want to say it, but, zero emotional attachment. I mean, the thing is, why, and I said this the other day. why isn't he with his family? Why isn't he speaking out for his mother-in-law? Yeah, Deborah.
Exactly. He seemed like he was close to her. If you look at the family picture, I mean, he's standing right next to her, like holding the dog.
20 years. 20 years.
So wouldn't you be speaking, like you act like you're buddy with her? Wouldn't you be, you literally just drove her home that night.
But he may have been, some people say he may have been like kissing ass.
Yeah, that's the way the picture looks like to me. I don't know.
Like, according to that letter, it says like he was kind of like an ass kisser. And that being around the gas station as well.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That being around the gas station. Again, they were looking for this vehicle not around Nancy's,
but around
Anna's and Tommaso's
Mm-hmm.
house, which is peculiar at best.
Yeah.
Right. Remember, they're 11 miles from each other.
Actually, not even that far. I believe it said it was closer than that.
Or maybe it's 11 minutes, 10 minutes, or
11 minutes. Yeah.
But think about that. It makes, you would think if they were, if they weren't potentially involved in any way, that the kidnapper would be closer to the store where Nancy lives.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
No, I know. I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
5
4
p.m.
miles. Hey, Hedgie, good to see you.
5 p.m. is the deadline.
Yeah, we got 40 minutes. They just showed on Channel 11 news that the daughter did another video. Yes, yep, we covered that as soon as it came out, my lovies. We are on the cutting edge of it all. Thank you so much. Nancy Guthrie disappearance, former CIA agent, says one mistake could crack the case. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
When was this? Ooh, what is this? 1 second, guys. Gotta hope there is something coming really soon. Here we go. Guys, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button wherever you are watching us from. It would mean more than you know. It's a little free thing that makes a big, big difference. It's fast, it's free, and it's fun. I mean, who doesn't want to like give you a thumb up? You know? Justin playing devil's advocate, but if we look at a map, is the Circle K on the way to the highway from Nancy's? On the way, well, there's one by Nancy's house and there's one closer to their house.
Yeah, there's two. So there's
There's
one,
two different ones. So, but I take your point. Yeah.
One's next to a Dairy Queen is the one
That's the
closest.
Chevron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip the script. Yeah, but
I'm going back to the
walking distance. Thank you, Hedgie, Mom.
the Circle K is walking. Yeah, it's very close to both. Hey, Protected. I just missed it. I just realized how much I missed your voice. So soothing. Aw.
It is soothing.
So sweet.
Unanswered questions in this case.
For sure. To help us better understand how investigators are working it tonight, Fox 10's Ashley Rodriguez spoke with a former FBI agent. So, Ashley, what did he have to say?
Yeah, with this new development, there's even more unanswered questions. This case is very odd. Even a former FBI guy will admit that. But Lance Leasing told me today that most abduction cases, if that's what this is, are solved through tips and cell phone data, which is why it's a good thing Pima County is partnering with FBI investigators who can bring the manpower to help sort through this massive workload. In sorting through the case of Tucson's missing 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, former FBI agent Lance Leasing says what we're all thinking.
Like Hollywood makes these feel like stranger abductions are common. They're not.
The public assumes Nancy was abducted, although what happened remains a mystery. If she was, Leasing says abductions are usually motivated by money, passion, or ideology, and all are extremely rare. And he especially doubts the legitimacy of the 2 ransom notes sent to TMZ and KOLD-TV in Tucson.
In most cases, a ransom note going to a media outlet is for an ideological purpose. Like you want to get your message out. You've got something to say. This victim doesn't scream that. This is an 80-year-old grandmother.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says there are lots of leads coming in from the public, generated in part due to daughter Savannah Guthrie's celebrity.
There are a lot of factors in this case that might break it, but 9 times out of 10, it's public tips.
Leasing believes Nancy was targeted based on the geography of where her home is. North Camino Escalante is not obvious and hard to find, but the remoteness and fewer people might be helpful, making suspicious activity and crucial cell phone and electronic data easier for investigators to capture.
A case like this, they likely planned this for days, if not weeks prior to this. So you would have seen that suspicious activity for a period of time, and it gives you more opportunity to collect that.
So Leasing says that investigators are probably looking at any grievance that people may have with Savannah as well, or even NBC News. But the reality is the longer this takes, the worse the outcome for Nancy.
Yeah, Ashley, now that we have this new development with the crime scene tape up front going back up after it was taken down pretty quickly after this all happened, did he have anything to say about that when it was all taken down?
So I mentioned during the press conference on Tuesday that the reporters were asking the sheriff, should the public be worried that there's suspects, possible kidnappers walking around their neighborhood? And he said, no, this is such a rare case. I don't think the public is at any risk. When I told the FBI agent that Leasing, he said, that's odd. If we don't have any suspects, why would you assume that the public is not at risk?
Exactly.
Now, something else that came up
Boom.
during the press conference is that
If we don't have any suspects, why would you think no other 84-year-olds is going to be abducted? There you go.
Hey,
There-
also check this out. Is
Mhm.
this a coincidence? 84 Bitcoin is equal to 6 million US dollars. Nancy's 84.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Coincidence?
I don't think so. I don't.
Winky dink?
What the heck?
So this FBI, former FBI agent makes a bold prediction on the Guthrie case. This, he says that a breakthrough is likely coming.
they collected
I'm gonna show
DNA,
that.
which is an arduous task because we're talking about they're swabbing doorknobs and they're swabbing for fingerprints, and there's so much DNA in there. So then they sent all that to a lab. They were waiting for those results to come back. So maybe they got something that came back and they need to put the tape back
That's
up.
interesting.
The other thing is you can swab for DNA, but the only way you have a match is if that suspect is already in the system. So there's so many factors.
in the CODIS system.
The CODIS, yeah.
Favorite Dewey, yes, baby.
There can't. I keep coming back
Good
to
to
this.
see.
It's very basic. You don't pull Miss Guthrie out of the house unless she is of some value to you. If
Bingo.
it's a robbery, you
See how they're getting, they're talking more now. Like the media knows it's coming. And
hurt her, harm her, disable her, maybe even kill her, and leave no witnesses, and take what you want to take and
Thank you,
steal what
Pat.
you want to steal and get out of there. To
Thank you,
remove
Pat.
her means she is of some value to whoever took her, and that just speaks to a ransom situation in abduction.
You said extortion earlier. And if that's the case, that's a good thing because they're going to want to keep her alive.
Right.
We have been reporting that she needs medication, that if she didn't have in 24 hours, it was very serious, maybe even fatal. what did they know? Did they know that she needed medication? Are they keeping her safe? Are they trying to get something out of it? Something else he brought up was if it is ransom, they would have sent that note directly to family and they would not have wanted law enforcement involved. They would want that money immediately. We are now, what, how many days remote?
4 days.
So this is just not adding up. Nothing makes sense.
No, I know. I'm with you on that. Very strange. Ashley, thank you.
All right.
Well, we will, of course, keep you up to date on all of this information on the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. And we will bring you the very latest on our website.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
Let me show you this.
come out twice now and asked for proof of life since, one yesterday and now today, and they still nothing. Not even a fake AI photo.
We got
And then
33 minutes.
The Bitcoin thing is weird too.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen to what this FBI agent is now saying.
Strange, right? Thank you, Pat.
He's a former FBI special agent, global security risk management expert, and a criminal defense attorney. Great to have you, Stuart. I want to start with the, as they've been described, kind of cryptic video appeals for the return of Nancy Guthrie. And maybe what would be cryptic about them is, first it was, emotional, so on and so forth, a lot less of that now. What is the type of communication that we are seeing publicly from that family? How would you describe it?
From my vantage point, those messages are messaging directly the source of whoever has been sending those ransom notes. Now, we don't have the benefit of being able to actually read those ransom notes. And by the way, there may be some additional messaging that, quite frankly, law enforcement or the FBI is holding close to the vest. But it seemed, at least yesterday, that messaging in a very cryptic but very specific and methodical way was responsive to specific questions or concerns from the ransom note makers or authors of that ransom note. And that's why I think that there is a lot more information that is unknown to the general public, that specifically is only known to law enforcement. And it's a cat and mouse game at this point.
Look, the money more than quadrupled. We went from 1 million in Bitcoin or thereabouts to 6 million now. The original reward was $2,500. The FBI bumped that up to 50 last week, 50,000. What do you make of the money play in this whole game?
Well, again, that money play may have been because, quite frankly, either the family resisted or pushed back, or at the direction of law enforcement was not responsive to the ransom note makers or communicators. And in retaliation for non-compliance, they now escalated or increased or heightened the threat level and said, look, we wanted 1 million. And now if you want to see your mother return to you or ever see her alive again, it's now 6 million. And I will say this 5 o'clock deadline cuts both ways, because if nothing happens at 5 o'clock, clearly the ransom note makers lose their credibility. And also, if the Guthrie family doesn't follow through and again, there may be some unfortunate consequences. This is going to be a game changer this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
So you're saying that they've got to pay that money before 5? 6 million.
Well, look. Yeah, well, look, there's a lot of tension behind the curtains. I will say that the Guthrie family, and rightfully so, if it's your loved one, you're willing to pay whatever it takes, whatever you could muster up or afford, even if it's a long shot. On the flip side, law enforcement is wanting to see proof of life. They want to see some additional information so that arguably you don't send $6 million to someone who disappears and they have nothing to show for it. So here again is a cat and mouse game. I will just say this to you, and I've said it from the very beginning. The advancement of technology that is in the toolbox of the FBI is like no other. Certainly in 2026, those assets and resources generally are never known or seen by the general public in a criminal investigation. I again think the breakthrough of this case will be because of the advancement in technology that the FBI has deployed in this case. Those data sets, those digital footprints do take some time. But again, I am optimistic that we are at the precipice of this case being broken wide open.
Look, I want to talk
There we
about
go.
some of the things that have actually gone on with the case. And this is not to impugn anybody in the investigation. I mean, obviously law enforcement, military. I'm a huge supporter of the blue. But that sheriff has some problems now, because now it's come out by his own admission in one of the previous news conferences that, yeah, hindsight 2020 maybe should not have released the crime scene, which, by the way, tomorrow will have been a week ago. And then they reopened it, and then they went back out this weekend, so on and so forth. All of that could be fantastic. They're gathering things. But in the meantime, everybody trampled that space who was within, 100 miles of it. I'm exaggerating a little bit. Whoever could get there. They were walking all over that crime scene at Nancy Guthrie's house for at least a day. Fox News Digital is reporting staffing shortages delayed the launch of high-tech search aircraft for hours after Guthrie was first reported missing. How big of a problem is that?
Well, look, and I hate again, and I agree with you, I don't want to trample or bash any law enforcement officer, but let's just talk about the real world. Elderly people go missing all the time. Unfortunately, there are a lot of medical emergencies that happen where people lose their awareness and they wander off, and family members they go and find that they're no longer home. What happens is it's a routine 911 call. Local law enforcement arrives on scene and basically goes through the motions of just taking a missing person's report. It's very common. It's very routine. There are no bells or whistles or alarms that go off. In this particular case, and to your point, the preservation of the integrity of a crime scene only can happen on its first step onto that property. And there lies that you can never treat anything in this world any longer as just a routine, mundane circumstance. You have to always consider the worst case scenario. In this particular case, and by the way, the FBI was not first on scene, and I will tell you, I know they would love to have been first on scene to have preserved the integrity of that crime scene, because there really, quite frankly, is no way to go back and put it into the exact state it was when they first arrived on scene. But again, we have to move forward, and we have to work with what we have.
With what we have, real quickly. Look, it's optics now. You've got a family, high profile, Savannah Guthrie. You've got the country watching, the world watching this case, which is one of the highest profile we've seen, as I mentioned, in decades. And I understand that the U of A basketball team, NCAA Division I, have stars. And I understand that the sheriff is a fan. But the pictures that show him at that game over the weekend, what did they say to you about where the priority is?
The optics are horrible. It's poor management. Look, again, but look, we all need at some point some decompression time to distract us, because we're in a pressure cooker. But quite frankly, from where I sit, I think it was just a bad choice. The optics are terrible. I will say this. I think it will be impossible for him to ever rehabilitate himself, to come up with a plausible explanation as to why he excused himself, knowing that he would be in a public venue and be scrutinized to the level he is right now.
Exactly.
And we do have those pictures. I want my team to put them up when they can. Consent search. The consent searches now. Tell us about that and what that means for this, going back to the home of not just Nancy Guthrie, but also Annie Guthrie, her daughter.
There you go.
Well, I talked about that last night on another program on Fox News, and I said, look, the Guthrie family is in a situation where they must cooperate. And why must they cooperate? Because it's the Guthrie family, and because there's an expectation that if there's any resistance to cooperating, that there's going to be obvious consequences in their reputation, and there'll be negative inferences drawn. As I said last night, the only way law enforcement can get access to digital information at a relative's house is through the execution of search warrant or through the use of subpoena power. And so in order to short circuit those type of hurdles that law enforcement must go through, we need the consent of the family. And so the family seemingly is cooperating. But again, you have to wonder why law enforcement is now digging so deep into some of these family members. There has to be some evidence or something that is causing law enforcement to go back and re-engage themselves in the family several miles away.
Stuart Kaplan, so great to have you, your expertise and your time today. Thank you.
Okay, very, very interesting. I was trying to pull up something here. We are how many? 20 minutes away from all of this going on.
Yeah, the award. The
Thank you so
award,
much.
too. Yeah,
Appreciate
CR, thank you.
And Hedgie Mom, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you for renewing your membership. And Honey B Fly, thank you so much. Still praying for Nancy and the missing. Amen. Thank you so much. In regards to Nanos, it is the public interest to consider a replacement to restore trust and accountability. It's getting close.
You would think he would, the brother-in-law would say something too, right? Because people are probably all like suspecting him. You
Oh,
would think he would come.
absolutely.
I mean, he's the last person to see her. And then with other stuff that we've heard, you would think he would just come out and be like, look, you know, just kind of go over the timeline.
Now they're saying he
But
hasn't been seen since freaking what, Tuesday?
oh, wow. Since that photo in the car?
I think he was seen like I think they know where he's at. He's probably just ordering DoorDash.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah. Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper demanding Bitcoin. Remind us of who. Okay.
They have one child.
Do you
One
have
child
that?
together.
Then you
I'm
wanna
on the
pull
edge
up
of my
here.
seat.
What's that?
I said I'm on the edge of my seat because I know I owe you a Coke, Jen. Yeah, I just, and then nobody's come out and claimed the reward. And first the reward was $2,500. That's
And now it's
low, but I guess that's the police department, right? So I'm not doing that.
now it's 50.
$50,000.
No one claimed the $50,000. Makes me wonder if it's just one person or an accomplice. I think it's someone who is close.
Oh,
Really, really close.
probably.
Okay.
Hmm.
Show you this right here, guys.
20 minutes, yeah. Exactly, 20 minutes.
Family.
What's that? Okay.
Are willing to pay for her mother's return. This is the message she sent out, or at least part of it, late today.
No matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation.
It's so weird.
We need your help.
We're joined now by Andres Gutierrez, who is following the latest development. Andres, very good to have you with us. What can you tell us?
Well, Major, authorities are staying mum. They have not held a news conference since last Thursday, even though over the weekend they reiterated on social media that there has been no suspect, no person of interest, or even a vehicle tied to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Just yesterday, though, detectives were out here and they spent the better part of the day in her backyard focused on a septic tank. We don't know why exactly they were prompted to go and look at that septic tank, and they haven't said what they found in it. We do also know that investigators were mounted up on the roof. They ended up recovering a camera from that rooftop on Friday afternoon. And then later in the evening, they hauled away her SUV that was in the garage. They're presumably at this point, are processing that vehicle, looking for any data that may help fill in some of the gaps in their timeline. Detectives also returned to other key locations connected with Nancy's last known movements, including her daughter Annie's home, where Nancy had dinner the night before she disappeared. They ended up showing up to that house on Saturday night. We're out there for about 3 hours. Law enforcement sources close to this investigation do tell CBS News that detectives are canvassing nearby neighborhoods and reviewing surveillance videos from area gas stations. There is a $50,000 reward that the FBI is offering, and to raise awareness of that money, they are posting it on billboards along with Nancy's face here in Arizona and across the region. The FBI Director Kash Patel is in town this afternoon here in Tucson.
I guess he's there now.
And trip, but it's not linked to the case. We are waiting to see if he ends up showing up here at the house to essentially get a lay of the land. So that is the development that we're waiting to see if it does happen.
Andres Gutierrez, thank you so very much.
One of them, Ratui says, why did one of the sprinkler heads go off? And from what I understand, it was just the
Someone probably stepped on it or something. It's on a timer, maybe.
Well, I think they were probably messing with the plumbing, and it
Yeah,
checking everything. We are 16 minutes away. 16 minutes away. And 5 o'clock there, right? 5 o'clock there, that tells us the news will be live then at 5 o'clock. Does the news go live at 5 o'clock there?
It should.
My local people. Let me see here.
Sure.
KOHL. Not KOHL. KOLD. Not Coles. KOLD. Cold with the K.
Let's see here.
Back 1 second here. They do a sense where they are looking for anybody connected to the family. Annie is her primary caregiver. Her phone records holders. See, I think Annie's the one as well. That is the primary. She would. It just makes the most sense. You're frozen. That it just makes the most sense because she's the one that's local. She's the one that's always been around. I don't know. Does anyone know how far Cameron lives from them?
I'm not sure. Yeah. For some reason, yeah. I'm not sure if he even lives in Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was supposed to be in Milan. Yeah. That's another coincidence too, right?
What?
Yeah, Pack Your Bags said she was supposed to be in Italy broadcasting for the Olympics. And I'm like, yeah, that was another coincidence too.
I wonder if anybody was going to, any of the family or any of them was going to go with her.
That's a good question.
There are so many, there's only so many ways in and out of that neighborhood. Absolutely. And at 2:30 a.m. is very little traffic. There's no video anywhere. I believe there's video, in my opinion. If Annie is the primary caregiver, why did you not pay for a subscription for the cameras? It's not much. It's like $10 a month or something like that.
Like
It's
$20 a
hardly,
year. It's nothing.
it's hardly anything.
Especially for your mom who has health conditions. There has to be some type of monitoring for her there. She lives by herself. I mean, I know she's of sound in mind, but she's got heart conditions, right? Aren't you going to want some type of monitoring there? I don't know. Even if you live close, like I just.
One second.
No, we were saying it was a coincidence because he's from Italy and she was going to Italy. I mean, it's just a strange coincidence.
Okay, there's nothing. I thought the Pima County Sheriff's Office put out something, but they didn't yet. Someone is way behind on the news.
Yeah. And yes, exactly. She purchased that house 2025. She also purchased a house in 2025 in Florida, Pinellas County. But it says she's into real estate. So, I mean, but still, I was still like, well, the interest rates are, but yeah, I don't know. Might not mean anything.
Some of these media people are very sick.
I heard she didn't have a subscription. Pinellas County, Florida.
She did not have a subscription. I knew that she didn't.
Yeah. At first I thought it ran out, but no.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a service or something. Well, I mean, I know she's got the... It's connected to her phone. But what, you know, and I have a question too for you.
Mm-hmm.
If her pacemaker is connected to her phone and it sends alerts, don't you think that it would send an alert to the family as well? Somehow?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe if there's like a waiver or something, but that would be probably HIPAA or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Savannah counted on Annie to take care of Nancy, and Annie counted on Tommaso to help her, maybe. Well, there was someone came out earlier and said it wasn't as sweet as you might think, that Tommaso was, it was a little weird between them. You know what I mean? So this is where they were in.
Shout out to Mo here on the drone. Let me see again. So I can't tell, are they getting things in the garage or are they just using it to go in and out? The door's open. Look at the door. That's open. Is that open? No, it's not open. It's closed.
We did have alerts. Oh, they did have shared alerts?
Gloves, yeah. What is happening right there? Like, is he photographing something?
That's a big trash can.
360.
That's a big trash can.
Oh, I got one like that.
I got a big one like that too, but that one just looks abnormally big. I don't know, maybe because they're just how far away it is and stuff.
I know, it's almost as tall as the lady walking there. Or man, I can't tell. Half blind.
I don't understand why no one knew what this elderly woman was wearing. What exactly, Surrender? We had mentioned that earlier. How could they, the first thing that police say is, what you're last wearing. That's
Justin.
Yep.
Oops, sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Pack Your Bags said that what she understood from the FBI conference that they had some type of connected app, like a family app, like Life 360 or something.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and listen to that.
Huh.
Sometimes you gotta listen a couple times for it to soak in.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder if she tried to get out the front door or something. Maybe I don't know.
So we got 10 minutes, and we're gonna play this, and I'm gonna see if think something comes out here at 5 o'clock because we are waiting for the 5 o'clock deadline.
I don't think nothing's gonna happen.
I think it'll probably happen. Thank you so much, Honey Bee Fly. Still praying for Nancy. Thank you so much, love. Appreciate you. I think something might happen tonight.
Nancy Guthrie is still alive. That is at least what Savannah Guthrie seems to be telegraphing in her latest Instagram post. She says she, meaning Nancy, is feeling these prayers. So she believes Nancy is still out there. And the other thing that seems clear is they have reached a dead end with whoever took her mother. She says that we believe our mom is out there. We need your help. This is Monday, and the deadline is today at 5 o'clock Tucson time. And the kidnappers made it very clear in the first ransom note, which we received, the situation is dire if they are true to their words, if they don't get that ransom money at 5 o'clock today, Tucson time. We have checked Bitcoin address.
Harvey's really fit for his age.
And you
Can I just say that? He's really fit for his age. He's like in his 60s, I think. I'm over here looking like Honey Boo
can
Boo.
see what's deposited. As of the moment, the $6 million ransom has not been deposited. Something has happened where they are at a stalemate. Because if you remember over the weekend, Savannah said, we are ready to pay. And the money isn't there. There is some reason, obviously, as to why they haven't. And it just seems like Savannah is throwing her hands up, saying law enforcement is doing everything they possibly can, but she is begging for the help of
He's in his
anybody,
70s?
no matter how far away,
Damn.
for anything that could be a clue. The kidnappers, as far as we know, have not shown proof of life. Now, we have only seen the first ransom note, not the second. The second was sent to a local Phoenix television station, but it seems that the kidnappers have not done anything concrete, although there is something really interesting in the message Savannah left over the weekend when she said, we understand, referring to that first note. So there is something that the kidnappers said or demanded that Savannah is acknowledging. And then to me, the key word in that Instagram post over the weekend is the word celebrate. What did Savannah mean to say, we want to celebrate with our mother? It's an odd phrase to use in the middle of all of this. And the only thing I can think of is that word may well have been used in that second ransom note. I don't know because we haven't received the second. But the word is so out of context that I think it's reasonable to at least guess that that word was used in that second note. Now, she says, our mom has been taken and we don't know where. So she is kind of acknowledging that. And as we told you last Friday, that the way the ransom note, and it will be a little bit descriptive now, the way the ransom note is worded.
Brian Enton has a new sheriff.
Yep, I just got it too.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say that I love Brian Enton, number one, but number two, I love how he always waves at the camera in the beginning. I got it.
Yeah.
He reminds, what is it from?
Like a little kid.
Little Rascals. Oh, Tay.
Yeah.
Hey guys, all right, so there's a new statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to read it to you. It says, we do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. We understand the significant public interest in this case. However, investigators need time and space to do their work. If and when relevant information becomes available, it will be shared. They say there's going to be no press briefing scheduled right now unless something happens. And then they say many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residence over the weekend. Yes, we did. That activity will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process, including the expansion of the search and follow-up on new leads. That's interesting there. I'm going to see them coming back out here.
Hold on. Wait, what?
Search and follow up on new leads, it said.
That's interesting there. I don't know if we're going to see them coming back out here. This is all part of the investigative process as the search for Nancy expands and new leads come in. To preserve the integrity of this criminal investigation, details of that process are not being released at this time. It's interesting that they say new leads are coming in. So that's kind of the latest. I'm still outside Nancy's house. I'm just in the car, but I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, all right, so there's a new statement from the...
He's got to be miserable. He's been out here for a week. A couple days after. Okay, I want to listen to that again.
Pima County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to read it to you. It says, we do not have any additional information to release publicly this afternoon. The investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance remains active and ongoing. We understand the significant public interest in this case. However, investigators need time and space to do their work. If and when relevant information becomes available, it will be shared. They say there's going to be no press briefings scheduled right now unless something happens.
Unless something happens.
He's being told by the FBI basically what to do now, in my opinion, right?
Who?
The sheriff. I mean, because they don't really have any say. The FBI's taken over.
He's been.
And they have told him to release this statement like at this certain time too. It's all, trust me, that's how they plan things.
So are they playing the public? Are they trying to get like, okay, nothing's going to happen tonight and then something happen? Or is it just like, no guys, we're not doing anything tonight?
Oh, like yeah, I see what you're saying. Like a smoke screen.
Yeah.
2 minutes, y'all. 2 minutes. Mm-hmm.
The active
It
and
could be a
ongoing
smoke
speech is
screen. I mean, it could absolutely, or they could just be telling the truth. I mean, the people have not proven her life. They haven't even tried. They haven't tried. They didn't even send like an eyelash. Here, she's alive, right? And I'm being stupid by saying that, but they haven't done anything. So it's like, why should we trust you? Being like Savannah, Savannah's family. Why should we trust this person if they can't even give us any type of proof of life? A Polaroid, even an AI picture, right? They're not doing anything. So why should we give you money for nothing? We don't even know if you have our mom, right? So, I mean, are the FBI sure that this person that's doing the ransom note is legitimate? Or could it be another sicko, like our band member? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm just really curious. My head's spinning now.
Mine too. My neck is broken.
Okay, let me finish this.
And then they say many of you observed an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residence over the weekend. Yes, we did. That activity will continue tonight and into tomorrow as part of the ongoing investigative process.
Hold on 1 second. Oops, 1 second. That was the alarm. It's 7 o'clock.
Yep. It's 7. It's 7.
1 second.
Including the expansion of the search and follow-up on new leads. So that's interesting there. I don't know if we're going to see them coming back out here. This is all part of the investigative process as the search for Nancy expands and new leads come in. To preserve the integrity of this criminal investigation, details of that process are not being released at this time. It's interesting that they say new leads are coming in. So that's kind of the latest. I'm still outside Nancy's house. I'm just in the car, but I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, all right, so there's a new statement from the Pima County.
I just sent you the live.
The what?
I just sent you KOLD live if you want to put that on. Yeah, I put it yeah. I sent it to your message. I'm gonna check Instagram real quick too.
I'm gonna go to KOLD. They're going live right now. In just a second. They're the local ones covering this. They're the ones that got the
ransom.
Yeah. Everyone is so exhausted. I cannot imagine how the family feels, and not only how the family feels, but how yeah, that's what we're turning in. And not only how the family feels, but how law enforcement feels as well. Okay, here we go. Oops. 1 second.
Who has been stationed out here out front. It has been fairly quiet. Now, the Sheriff's Department
There's
put out an
Brian on the-
update in just
Is
the
that
last half hour saying law enforcement will be back investigating at the Guthrie homes. Now, they say they are expanding their search and following up on new leads. Now, just hours before the ransom deadline, Savannah Guthrie posted a new video that seems to be aimed at the community rather than her mother's alleged abductors.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour
Now,
of
Savannah Guthrie and her
desperation, and we need your help.
What?
You just heard her giggle.
Now,
It's loud.
Savannah Guthrie and her siblings have made it very clear how important prayer is to their family and especially their mother. It was their first public request after her disappearance. Linda, who didn't want to share her last name, came by Guthrie's house because she knew today was the second deadline. She tells me while she doesn't personally know the Guthrie family, they do share one thing in common, their faith, and so she came to pray for Guthrie's safe return. Linda highlighted the importance of Guthrie's involvement in the church community, saying she believes it could be the thing that saves her.
So that's why you have other type of organizations or that you could belong to,
It's
or a
5
church
o'clock Mountain.
community
No.
who know her so well
Central.
and knew that she was missing,
Or
that they
no,
reported
Mountain.
that, because without that,
It's
who
2
knows
hours
how much
behind,
longer
whatever
it
it
would
is.
have taken. It might have
2 hours.
Now, the Pima County Sheriff's Department has said they will not be doing any more briefings unless a major development happens in the case. We'll be sure to keep you updated on air and online at KOLD.com. Live near Skyline and Campbell, Renee Romo, 13 News.
Thank you for that update. And while the new message from Nancy's mother, Savannah Guthrie, contains a plea for help, it also has another key message. Listen to it.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help.
As we reported, this case is an outlier, according to the former ASAC of the FBI in Tucson, Andy Black. He says it's highly unusual for details to be sent only to the media. I spoke again with Andy Black, and he says he doubts the Guthrie family will pay any money because it appears the Sheriff's Department or FBI hasn't substantiated the ransom note.
Everybody's hoping that this is a situation that's going to have a positive result with the safe return of Nancy to her family. But right now, I don't think we have enough information. And without the ransom notes being authenticated as coming from people who actually are holding Nancy, it's too speculative to make a payment.
Black says Savannah Guthrie's post is likely a
What
change
we've
in
been
FBI
saying.
tactics when investigators typically turn to the public for help, hoping someone who knows what's going on in the case will come forward. As we've been reporting, Pima County Sheriff's detectives are urging you to reach out to them if you have any information on Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. If you have photos and video evidence, you can use the QR code that you see on your screen there to submit it. And you can also call the Pima County Sheriff's Department with your tips. The number is on your screen, and we'll also have this information at KOLD.com. We're following the latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie, both on air and online, and be sure to download our mobile news app for any late-breaking alerts. Happening now, Marana police and search and rescue teams are continuing their search for a missing man. And
Zero balance. The Bitcoin wallet is still zero balance.
Still zero balance, which
Mhm.
it's not a shock. It's
Yeah,
not
still-
really a shock,
Nope.
if you ask me,
Nope.
at all.
Nope.
TMZ just said Nancy Guthrie's abduction final ransom deadline passes. And it has passed for sure. Okay, guys. Well, that's all for us at this time. If anything breaks, you can bet your bottom dollar will be right here with you
Yeah.
guys. We've been here 4.5 hours.
Oh my gosh, I was wondering my
Tailbone is
hurts.
same.
My caboose.
Same.
Justin, I just have a question for you in chat. Do you think that whole thing with the Bitcoin coincidence, right? How it equals out to 60, the 6 billion in Bitcoin, 84 equals out to 6 billion.
I think it could be a sick message that the person that did this thought it through and thought nobody else would think about it.
Yeah. It seems like they're trying to get them down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't feel like it's.
One thing that's, I don't know. They just said nothing else is going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen until it happens. And basically chill out until. So I don't know. That might mean there's an arrest coming soon, and it may mean it's not. It's hard to say.
I thought there definitely was. They might already have someone in custody. I don't know, and maybe there's another person that they're.
Yeah, the night's not over. The night's
Nope.
not over, but it seems like they're not going to do anything tonight.
Yeah.
I figure maybe they might make an arrest in the very early hours. They think about this. I just thought about this. They normally do arrest. And first of all, like the news is out there and stuff. If there's an arrest, it's not going to be in front of the house, number one.
No.
Number two, when does the FBI normally come in? 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Why? Because your inhibitions are at the very lowest at that point.
When you're most relaxed.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. You
So-
think you're safe at that time. Like everybody's asleep.
Yeah, the world is asleep at that point, right? And
Yeah.
usually you are too.
No, I am.
So, no, not yet, Sin. Not yet.
Yeah. They're not going to send the wallet's still empty, you guys. Yeah.
It's over. I mean, there is no more ransom.
There's no more ransom. No other note sent from right now. Nothing. No proof of life. Nothing, you guys. Hi, Rhea. Oh, miss you.
Kelly, I see you, baby. You're on here. We see
Thank
the same
you,
chat.
Val.
Doesn't matter what chat you're in. We see the same chat.
Yeah. Thank you, mods, and everybody for hanging with us for 4.5 hours. That's
Yeah.
a lot. But we will be back if anything breaks.
I mean, if something breaks in 5 minutes from now, we'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Justin, he wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. We'll be back. My camera won't be on though, I promise.
Same. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for joining us. God bless each and every single one of you.
Thank you all so much. And thank you, Justin, for hosting tonight. Love you all. Good night.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.